those of you on YouTube, I just thought I'd share because I find this funny. The universe continues to conspire against me doing this run and finishing Warlords. Because yesterday, the servers were down not only for an extended maintenance, but they were down for even longer than that. And then I had a very early dinner. So, yay. That sucked. Then, this morning, I get up early, actually, which, cost me a little bit, but it's okay, I'm up, I'm ready, and I get here and I get going and I have no internet at all. Just came back like 5 minutes ago. Less than that, actually. Nagrand. We're finishing this stupid expansion today. They came at us from nowhere. And he passes out. The Warsong surprise attack. Heading into the Burning Blade. They took the blueprints. Hey look, it's Stoneguard Brox. People were doing just this non-stop theory crafting that this guy was related to Broxigar, or was Broxigar back in the day. Because WoW theory crafters are on our next level, and I say that as one of them. You tried, Blade Tabal. You tried. Ah, Nagrand. Nagrand.
This is a savage land.
Is it bad that you wanted to join the most evil organization in the entire setting, J. Palmer? Commander Rageroar, it's good to see you. We have much to discuss. The situation in Nagrand is rapidly deteriorating. The Warsong is on the move. To make matters worse, Grom has named Garrosh their new warlord. He shakes his head sadly but remains resolute.
Fight with honor.
We have a rare opportunity to strike at the heart of the Warsong, but we need your wisdom and leadership. Most important decision will be your choice between a Choral or a Tankworks.
Run our together, we will bring justice to Garrosh and the Warsong clan.
Also, this lazy peon is clearly crushing on the innkeeper, and I don't blame him. I mean, she's a blood elf. We're physically incapable of being unattractive.
Okie dokie.
It's biologically built into them.
Okay.
I love this, by the way. I've already kind of commented on this kind of thing, but check this out. Who are our guards for this town? A troll, a blood elf, and we've got a roaming Tauren, and another blood elf. I'll stop pointing this out, I swear. It's just, it really is a consistent thing. Pretty much up until now. Up until War Within. Where the Horde is a lot more diverse than just orc-centric.
Okay.
Which, again, good. That's some good consequence visual storytelling right there. Imagine if we got here and it was all orcs. That would just be kind of like, hold up.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Something's not right here. Well, yeah, obviously the orcs are the working class. Actually, I'm pretty sure the only reason that the peons are all orcs is because tradition. Peon is literally a classification of orc. I actually talked about this 2 days ago. Peons and peasants both were originally just humorous worker unit types, because that was really common in the 90s for RTSs to have your worker type be something funny, because, and this is the actual logic that went into this, the player was going to listen to them constantly. And so they needed to do something to make them memorable, which is why peons and peasants are both memed on to this very day. It's because they were memorable. Same thing with a lot of Command and Conquers and things like the Commander unit over in Total Annihilation. However, as I described, for those of you who weren't here to hear this, they've been trying to actually make the peons and peasants fit into lore ever since. Or more accurately, tried to make them more fit into lore for a while there, and then just gave up. So now they're just peons and peasants. It's a reference. Move on. So,
what do you need?
Here's our choice for the zone.
Blades never dull.
I believe this is our last zone. Oh, nope, hang on. The garrison blueprints were taken by a burning blade village.
For the
Destroy them. It's okay. I hear there's this guy named Lantresor over here. You remember him, right?
The Horde
No.
has important work here.
Okay.
The Burning Blade is an honorable clan, but they have chosen the wrong side in this conflict.
J. Palmer refuses to answer questions. J. Palmer would rather die. Listen, Linnea, it's her hips. It's her hips. That's the reason. She asked why you would want to join the Burning Legion. Now, I've already commented several times that I actually think having an honest-to-goodness bad guy faction would have actually been a good idea for this game. Certainly would have been better than the HVA. But, you know. Hello, Lantresser.
State your business.
Who are you? Don't you know death by sight?
Be on your way.
A shaman. You've come to Halvalor to die. It would appear that I have too. As a half-Draenei, half-Orc, my enemies within the Burning Blade cast me out when they rose to power. But my honor will not allow this to stand. Exiling me was an act of cowardice. They should have allowed me to fight for my place like any other. Now I will exact justice from them at the tip of my blade.
Go.
When they clapped me in irons, the Burning Blade instructor, Luke the Keen-Eyed, took my blade. He's an honorable orc, even if his training techniques are counterproductive. I want my blade back, then I'll break myself free.
Do not fail the Horde.
The blade is not the only important item a Blade Master carries. Once he passed his final tests in the Master's caverns, the Blade Master is given the honor of wearing the Burning Blade banner. When my petition to reclaim my rightful place within the clan fell upon deaf and craven ears, I was stripped of that honor. No doubt my banner's been stored away somewhere in Halvalor. They'll give it to some other aspiring Blade Master, if they don't burn it first.
Go now.
Okay, God. So this is a decent chunk of the lore of the Burning Blade in this one quest chain, so enjoy it for what it is. Hi there, buddy. How are things? I'm Flowey. Fly with a flower. You're dead. So. Your last waking moments will be of agonizing pain. Or, I mean, I'm a good guy. I mean, they have janitors, J. Palmer. Does that count? They also have warriors. Well, no, they have spell blades, to be more accurate. So they have mage knights, they have mage janitors, they have mage jailkeepers, they have mage builders, you know, scientists, constructors. I don't think they have any mage rogues. I can't think of any anyways. I do know that this is a bit of a retcon, but they do have some contact with the Uncrowned. The Majanitor. There we go. The Majanitor. Oh, that took a second. Forgive me if I'm in a little bit of a hurry here. I'm in a little bit of a hurry here. I've lost essentially an entire day of progress. The only thing we got done yesterday was getting those 2 dungeons done, which is good. That saves us an hour today. Gosh darn it. We still got 2 more dungeons to do. A zone and a half, 3 raids, and then a brief buzz through Tanan. Being like, hey, so here's something that, under certain circumstances, might qualify as content. That would be the half, Dave Palmer. We've already done half of Gorgrod, so we have to do the other half of it now. At the moment, I'm wielding a one-handed axe and a one-handed mace. Give me one moment, I'll show you really quick. So there's the mace. It's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. And over there's the axe. pretty small. Because I have nothing to prove. One up there? That doesn't look like it. Oh my god. I suppose I should be reading the lore out, because every gray item has like flavor text now. Speaking of which, I should give a positive for that. Excuse me. Think about it. Who's Grom again, J. Palmer? So yes, there are restrictions on what you can equip. So as an enhancement shaman, I can equip one-handed axes, one-handed maces, daggers, apparently, fist weapons, two-handed axes, two-handed maces, staves. That's it. Now they want you to do maces and, well, maces, actually, I think. Right? No, I'm sorry, they want you to do fist weapons. We're not doing that, though. That's crazy. That's a lot of... Oh, these are all the PvP ones. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Sorry. I was thinking about that, Linareth. I've talked about this before. Even though it'd be kind of a crazy amount of work, one of the problems to be solved with WoW is races. Because races are fully cosmetic, and that's the decision they've made, and that's fine. But if you want races to matter, then the best possible thing to do with them would most likely to be to actually make it so that each race actually plays a different class. In other words, you are not playing a warrior, you're playing a spellblade, because you're playing a blood elf warrior. You're not playing a warrior, you're playing a blade master, because you're playing an orc warrior. You're not playing a warrior, you're playing a mountain king, because you're playing a dwarf warrior, etc. That would take a fairly onerous amount of time, effort, and work. I mean, in fairness, that's true, Blade Traval.
I have no time for foolishness.
A blade master without a blade is no blade master at all.
Do not fail the Horde. Be on your way.
I don't expect you to understand the importance of what you've done. Perhaps someday you will.
Do not fail.
It is time to get you your blueprints. Time for us to face the masters.
Be on your way.
Meet me in the master's cavern. Okay. Well, that's the other alternative, Linnaruth. Go back to being cosmetic, which is what they are now. Make it so that races are purely cosmetic, and thus attacks and abilities are cosmetically different from different races. Same exact ability, though. That's still a fairly large amount of work, because animation is hard. But...
Well,
you made it. Good. Getting in here was nothing compared to what's to come.
Go.
The time has come. Go to the back of the cavern and find the challenge ring. Pull the blade from the middle of the ring and issue your challenge. My clan values honor above all else and will respect your claim to trial by combat. As a reward, you'll be allowed to walk away with your blueprint and your life, or you will be dead.
Do not fail the Horde.
Okay. I admit, in a truly ideal world, I would want them to be different classes. Like, actually different gameplay. But that will never happen. Come, shaman, issue your shaman. Challenge, and we will allow you to fight and die. A challenge wasn't issued by this outsider. Dran Kuruk, your theft of his blueprints brought him here. Finish it. Show us the might of the war song. Let's finish this, pup. I'm super powerful, because I'm war song. And if there's one thing that defines the war song, it's that we have no freaking brains. I'm barely joking. One of the defining traits of the war song is they never question their leaders. I do like this attack, though. It was only war song and did not fight very well in any case. Nope. Now you face a true challenge. My grandsons. Do you want me to kill your grandsons? You killed their father. It's only fitting they return the favor. Okay, I mean, I wasn't trying to kill your family. But here we are. Also, they use Warcraft 3 Burning Blade attack here. Attacks. My boys! You've destroyed my legacy. I'll kill you myself! You sent them... Okay. Like, this is literally on you. By the way, notice that is Azuka Blade Fury back there. Half-breed. Doro, you have no honor. You will die. It was only a mirror image. Sorry. But you're right, Asmir. That was true even back in Warcraft 3. The war song were just derp. So hello, Azuka. A little early for me to be fighting you. Hear me, Burning Blade. By right of ascension, I, daughter of Darl, assume the mantle of Warlord. Any clan member who wishes to challenge me may do so. You, Shaman, may leave unharmed. However, if I see you again, you will die. As for you, Lentresser of the Blade, you had no right joining this one's challenge. You remain a half-breed and an exile. You are not worthy of the Burning Blade. Leave and never return. His response, you are wrong. It is the Burning Blade that is not worthy of me. A simple but succinct statement. But it's funny you say that, Blade Devil, because if you remember, that's how WoW is too. Like, I'm playing an Orc Shaman, but if I was playing a Troll Shaman, my animations would be different. Even though I'm using the same spells. I know, it's not quite the same, because WoW does its animations substantially differently, but I just think that's interesting. Excuse me.
Thrall Hall.
Do you have the blueprints? Yeah.
Strength.
Outstanding. There's only one thing left to do.
Be safe.
We're ready to start building. Okay, so, here's our choice for the zone. Sorry, I had to do that little side story first. What? Yeah, and hope you enjoyed that Burning Blade story, because they will poke their heads in twice after this. And raids. And that's kind of it. That. Right? Yes. What was I diving for? I know I wanted to get Primordial Wave. That doesn't actually do anything. None of this. All these are actually worthless talents from my build. Why don't we go ahead... So I'm going to put Primordial there. I do have enough room to move that there if I wanted to do that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's grab this. Pull Frost Shock up. Find it. Blind. I don't have Frost Shock. Why don't I have Frost Shock? Oh, because it's right there. Yeah, I've noticed they actually have a couple of changes to the Plunder Storm. I was playing it briefly with my sister last night. Okay, sorry. So getting back into it. So, we can have a wolf. We'll get to that in a second. Or we can have a tank. You're probably thinking, wait, what kind of choice is that? A wolf or a tank? But hang on, hear me out. So the tank is a 10-minute cooldown, and it's a freaking tank. So you just turn into a death machine for, I doesn't actually say it, but not like a minute or whatever it is. If you pick the wolf, summons and dismisses a rideable wolf that can be ridden while in combat. So you can just fight while mounted. Yes, this sounds a lot like that Death Knight ability, and yes, this is the first time that was added to the game. We're going to go with the wolf.
This land is nothing like Azeroth.
Yeah.
We will not be broken. For the Horde. Our spirit will triumph.
Yeah, you can essentially just become an Orc Raider, straight up. Have fun with it.
Mukra.
Okay, so that's
Earth
going.
Mother willing, you and the Shadow Hunters will expel the war song from Telor.
Yesterday, I sent two of my best scouts to spy on the ogres at Margok's Overwatch. I haven't heard back from them. Will you do me the honor of checking on them? I'm sure it's nothing. Overwatch is a large fortification. I'd feel better knowing they're okay.
For the honor of the clan.
Oh, hi, Lintressor. What's up?
I have no time for foolishness.
Sure, you can join me.
Go now.
I wonder if we rescued this Lintressor. And consequently, if he ever met his counterpart.
Are you challenging me?
Taz and I are having... Are these the Nessingware quests? These are the Nessingware quests. Commander, the Frostwolf and I were just discussing the merits of various hunting approaches. I assured her the Shadow Hunters are well equipped to deal with any situation, even in the wild. She seems to think that we don't know what we're doing when it comes to bringing down game in her land. We're not going to let her to get away with that sin, right? Let's go get some Cleftwolf.
Be careful.
It wouldn't be Nagrand without a Nessingware request.
Getting angry.
Taz and I are having a spirited debate over who kills more efficiently, Shadow Hunters or Frost Wolves. Care to get in on the wager?
Strength.
Yep, even in the past, in another dimension. By the way, there's probably about 5 of you who have not played this game who are still not really 100% sure what's going on with, like, where we are, when we are, or why we are. Don't worry. I swear, this is the zone where they will finally actually talk about that in the game. Actually, I probably shouldn't have said that in advance, but it's true. At some point, I'm not sure when, we'll finally see a follow-through on that. A throwing axe is here. I'll go ahead and turn that in a minute. BC Nagrand music, like you do. Yeah, there's a lot that goes on in Nagrand, which makes sense because it was supposed to be the last zone you do. It kind of fails in several respects at that same concept, but, you know, there's a reason we're not doing it last, is all I'm going to say. Like, if you really follow the intended canonical narrative, it's really weird. It's like, okay, first we're going to do... Let's follow the Horde arc, okay? So first, we're going to help the Frostwolves against the Thunderlord. Okay. Then we're going to fight against the Blackrock Orcs and completely break their power base. Okay, we did it. Cool. All right, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to stop the Iron Horde Blackrock attack on Shatrith. But then we're going to defeat the Burning Legion. Okay. Now we're going to go to the Spires of Arak. There's apparently some Arakoa there. They're doing some weird stuff. I don't know what's going on with that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Then we're going to go to Nagrand and fight the War Song Horde. And defeat Garrosh and his evil minions once and for all. Then we go to Heimal. Okay, that makes sense. Then we go to Blackrock for the 3rd time, if you're paying attention. And then we go to Hellfire. Well, no, then we build a shipyard, then we go to Hellfire. Because this is Outland, Lunaruth, obviously. Did Lunaruth not get the memo? Is this... The problem is, if you really, really break it down, which I guess I could kind of do right now since I'm just doing a Nessing request, the structure of Draenor in many ways fits the same structure of Outland, because Outland had the exact same problem. Story arcs were done with no regard to the story arc itself. It was just the next zone in the chain. It was something I complained about in Outland and gave a negative to, and have given a negative to here as well. You just kind of do the next zone because it's the next zone, not because there's any logical reason to do so. Excuse me. No, the joke. There's like 90 billion signs of evidence that this was supposed to be Outland and not, what it is. So the joke is, well, this is just Outland. So Nessingware is just in Outland. That's it. So let's actually follow the route, shall we? So both Horde and Alliance have to deal with the biggest threat right off the bat. It's also the biggest time we fight the Iron Horde, if you're paying attention. We have to deal with the Iron Horde. We have to deal with a clan that is considering being recruited into the Iron Horde and is kind of resisting that, but kind of not, right? That's the Thunderlords up in Frostfire Ridge, and that's the Shadowmoon Orcs down in Shadowmoon Valley. Okay, that makes sense. Right. Then the very next thing they send you to is Gorgrond. The reason they send you to Gorgrond next is that's where the Zanger Marsh is. To put that as bluntly as I possibly can. And that's the next zone. So you deal with the Overgrowth, the Botany, and the Zanger. But because they had to squish these zones a little bit, you also do the Blade's Edge Mountains while you're there. Which doesn't track on any level, but, whatever, we're working with it. And you have your big climactic finale and 2 dungeons, both of which deal with the Blackrock. And you prevent Blackrock from getting reinforcements to their attack on Shatrith during one of those dungeons. The other dungeon prevents them from getting some of their Grond to the front line as well. Then you follow them to that front line, which is, of course, Shatrith. The line is still true. Hellfire, Zangarmarsh, Terakar, right? So, the next zone is, of course, Teledor. Terakar. You see the logic. You could just feel how much they had lined this up in advance and then had to change it at some point. During Teledor, it's about halfway through, so this is a good time to start introducing the Legion. That makes sense. It's also a good time to end the Iron Horde story arc pretty much entirely, which they don't do. The big assault on Shatrith really should have been the culmination point of the Iron Horde story arc, to be blunt. And I probably should have focused more on the Burning Legion. But they didn't. So, instead, that's when it really starts to get wonky. Go do these quests while we're here.
Speak, friend.
I'm honored you're here to help, Wolf Brother. Things are worse than we thought.
Strength.
The upper bluff must be really important to the ogres. 2 fancy-looking ogre mages came down and started ordering the others around. Go get those orders and meet up with my scout on the upper bluff. They'll be more useful to him up there.
Be safe.
We've got a lot more of those magic-tossing ogres, which is never a good thing. These new ogres are especially bossy and have increased work being done here. You know what stops ogres from working hard? Dying.
May your blades never dull.
He's got a point. It's hard to work hard when you're dead. They really didn't, Lunar Ruth. I really wasn't kidding. I've actually been specifically paying attention to quest text, as in like the moment-to-moment individual words and sentence structure, in order to see if I was mistaken, because I have been before, right? I've missed a line or two here or there. No, but I did mention it to the bot's creator, so we'll see, Triaxia. You can try a next command, see if it immediately kills the bot again. Oh, didn't break it. Alright, whatever. So, for example, you know, the one that you poked your head in for was the goblins, who have an entire base there. And the argument some people made was, well, they've got goblins in a box. Yeah, but that doesn't explain anyone or anything else, because they really do just act like people can just travel out here without any difficulty or cause or reason. En masse. Probably the most egregious example for me personally is actually Fiona's caravan over in Shadowmoon Valley. They brought... She came over with all of the people who are part of her caravan from Eastern Plaguelands, and the caravan itself. So I'm not even going to question how she managed to get that through a portal into the past in another dimension. And then... Oh yeah, her horses, which were drawing the damn thing. Like, it's I'm struggling with words because it is so nonsensical. It's hard for me to put into words how insane it really is that some rando civilian could just drag her entire caravan. Like, you could maybe argue that some of the more military stuff... This is proof that J. Palmer does not listen to me. You could maybe argue that some of the military stuff, you know, they widened the portal and, you know, the mages worked really hard to allow that to get through, like the Kirin Tor, right? Okay, actually, whatever. How the hell did they do that for Fiona? She doesn't even have a reason for being here. Oh, you think the Gobos are worse? I mean, I do too, admittedly. But the reason I bring up Fiona is there is no possible excuse for Fiona. You could hand-wave away the Gobos by saying, well, they've got a base in a box, they do ridiculous sci-fi-y things and all the time. And you could. That is a thing you could just kind of warp around and twist around because the goblins tend to be joke characters. So you can't take them seriously in the same way that you can Fiona. And that's my point, is that even if you rip away every possible argument, there is no explanation for Fiona being here. She's just here. And her entire caravan, including people who actually have stuff to do back in the Eastern Plaguelands. Like, what? Oh yeah, there's just... The Kirin Tor are just in Gorgrond, with a portal leading directly to Stormwind, which is not being maintained by anyone, by the way. Did you catch that? It's just an open portal. No one's casting it. They just have a direct pipeline to Stormwind. Do you have any idea, in lore, how difficult it is to summon a portal to another planet, never mind maintain one? In lore, there's a reason why both iterations of the Dark Portal took a tremendous amount of fel energy in order to summon and then maintain. We've seen that in this very expansion. Never mind Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, you know, BC, etc. Hell, the movie! The movie got that right! Yeah, it's also, this isn't just to another planet. This is to another dimension. I keep saying that. I'm sorry. I need to shut up about where we are and what we are and when we are. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. The only point I'm trying to make is that this should have been Outland, because it's all of a sudden much less of an issue. You know why? Because the Dark Portal's already open. Regular contact and travel through Outland was actually a pretty normalized thing. Even back in BC, it was a fairly common thing for people to make the journey through the Dark Portal. It's why the entire Cenarian expedition was there. It's why so many groups and individuals We're setting up shop, for lack of a better way to put it. Why do you think Area 52 is there? To use another example. That asshole hit me with a frost bolt with his, well, frost firebolt with his dying breath. Just to piss me off. Yeah, that's another thing. Thank you for pointing that out. I forgot about that as Mirstar. The Consortium, who are pretty big about interplanetary travel, also help maintain pipelines between Outland and Azeroth. We know this, especially, well, there's several things that indicate this, but also the Consortium and the Ethereals in general have regular contact and interaction with Outland. Excuse me, with Azeroth from Outland. Okay, so I got that. It's going here, right? Yes.
Nagrand, go forth to victory.
Do you know why these ogres are here? Oh, we can actually read the orders. This fortress is in a sorry state of disrepair. It'll be hard to improve the Fellbreaker's armor here unless we get this place into shape. We need the space in case of arcane mishap and safe areas to store our materials. Make this happen quickly! I'm nearing breakthrough on imbuing armor with Fellbreaker magic. If I accomplish this, we can equip any soldier with this. We will be unstoppable. I'm not to be disturbed for any reason. The Sorcerer King is already angry at how expensive and time-consuming this is. We cannot afford any mistakes.
Loktar, go forth to victory.
Finally, some help. I barely got out alive. You have some ogre orders? Let's see.
Strength.
Well, that's not good news.
May your blades never dull. For the Horde, go forth to victory. Be safe.
Okay, so these orders say that Reglak is in charge of something called Breaker Research. There we go. Which makes super powerful ogres. I don't know about you, but that sounds bad. I'm pretty hurt. You can go up there and make Reglak rethink his research.
May your blades never dull.
It's not good. These smart ogres have a portal working up there, and they're bringing in more ogres from somewhere else. Looks like it takes a lot of effort to keep it open, though. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to keep a portal open. I was just talking about this.
Strength.
Sure, Valvedrix. I'm going to assume that's on Discord, so let me open Discord. Because unlike some insane people, I don't stream while Discord's open. That is just asking for problems. Let's see. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. May the hand of the devil himself strike you down. Sincerely, Valvedrix. Okay, so I usually get a email when anything hits my PayPal. I actually changed that setting to that recently. Just a few months ago. I have not gotten an email lately. I will check manually. When was it? Two hours ago. I have not gotten anything. Last thing I got was yesterday afternoon. So no would be the answer to that question. Peekaboo. Again, pretty much all of the ogre magi that are not shamans are actually arcane mages, which, as we've already discussed, makes perfect sense. For several reasons. I should also mention, I know we've talked about this back in Wrath, but to reiterate briefly, like in most settings, runic magic is stronger than normal magic because it takes setup. You know, you cast a spell and it's like, yeah. But a rune you can carefully, quietly carve in and make sure everything is just so, and then imbue the power into it as much as you want to when the rune finally goes off. Ogres tend to lean towards runic magic. And runic magic naturally lends itself towards arcane because runic magic is functionally a form of order magic. I'm saying that wrong, but what I mean by that is it is orderly approach to magic, even if it's not actually using arcane magic. Absolutely, Blade to Fall. That's exactly correct. Also true, as Minister. But yeah, runic magic, you need to know what you're doing in advance and or have it prepped. Back in the Warcraft tabletop RPG, there was a rune mage you could play, which, as you might imagine, was very much like that. It was like a wizard over in D&D. You had to prepare your runes in advance. Once those runes went off, they were devastating, but you kind of had to know what you were getting into. Oh yeah, and in case you thought I was joking, where is he? Where is he? Should be like right over here somewhere. There he is. There's Nessingwary. Drunk.
How are you?
What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to drink here? Pour yourself one. Emmett, come to Nagrand, the Alliance and the Horde said. There's big game to kill. When I get here, what do they want me to do? No! They want me to hunt the wolves, deprive the orcs of their mounts. That's no job for Emmett Nessingwary.
Safe travels.
So, it's... I wouldn't say this expansion was thrown together haphazardly by time to Legion. This was supposed to be a really big expansion. And then several things happened. I've already discussed all of them at this point in time, so forgive me for not going fully in depth into that again. But the biggest one by far is Titan. This is one of those, it's shocking that Warlords is as good as it is situations. Because Warlords was just hit right in the balls by Titan.
Speak, friend. For the Horde.
What's be on your mind?
12 pairs, huh? That's good, Commander. No, I think that's about how I managed the bag. Yep. Dozen pairs. Yep.
Be seeing ya.
Oscar told me dear Banta here. Or rather, she's still alive back now. Do I just say make any sense? This is our chance, Commander. We can defeat a younger, more powerful version of Banta. Really stick it to these frost wolves.
Spirits be...
Make Azeroth proud.
You dispute my honor? Go forth to victory.
This outsider really thinks he can come here and best me in my own land. Oh, sorry, Commander. Present company excluded, of course.
May your blades never dull.
24, huh? That's 5 work. I brought back 50. I'll send someone out for the meat. Waste not, want not.
Fight well, friend. May your blades
Let me
never
guess, you
dull.
found this axe in a Talbuk's flank. That axe was intended for Talbuk, king of the Breeze Striders. Another Talbuk, the one you killed, jumped in the way as I was taking my shot. I suggest you go after the king.
Go with honor.
I know, Talbuk's a silly name, but we have to call him something, and he is rather large.
Loktar, Commander.
We stopped him for the time being, but I think we'll have to come up with a more permanent solution. No doubt he's back in Heimall plotting new versions of the Breakers. I think a visit to the Ogre capital is far overdue. Yeah, but like we're not doing that till the end of the zone, man. Stop trying to skip ahead, Thrall.
Run our
Jesus.
enemies into the ground.
By the way, do you notice that a quest right at the beginning of the zone leads to the raid at the end of the zone? Just point it out. Let's do that. Excuse me. Well, I suppose I'll just stop screwing around and show you what I've been hinting at. She should be over here somewhere, I want to say. She might not be here yet, ironically. Oh, alright, I guess we'll still wait on that. Yeah, she should be right there. But yes, we can very roughly piece together what Titan was supposed to be because we have Overwatch. It was probably supposed to be essentially superhero-based. Oh, hey, we finally have Bloodlust. Jesus Christ, freaking time. Not freaking time. That's not impossible in Aerith. I mean, I doubt it, but it is possible. You have to understand that in lore, once we finish up Hellfire Citadel, all of us come back, and then from that point onwards, the portal between Draenor and Azeroth only opens one additional time, and we know all the people who came through that second time. That's when the Mag'har recruitment chain happens. There's not really any other opportunities for stragglers. But there is that first time when we evacuate. Why don't we establish a permanent portal? That is an interesting question. How would you power it, Loke? I mean, there's a couple of other question marks there, but that really is the only question I need to mention there. I also have a really strong feeling, I have no evidence of this at all, but I have a strong feeling that the Bronze Flight were like, let's let nature take its course there. Let me explain that more clearly. What likely happened is the Bronze Dragonflight probably didn't tell anyone what was going to happen to the alternate timeline. Because I guarantee you, if people knew, they'd probably be like, oh my god, we've got to save them. Instead, nobody knows. Like, the total sum of people who actually know what's happening here is probably limited to us. And, of course, the Bronze Dragonflight.
Back off, well. Go forth to victory.
Maybe you outsiders aren't bad hunters after all. Yep, I've done the Nagrand quests.
You come get the voodoo. Stay away from the voodoo.
I mean, let's be honest with ourselves for 1 second. The real reason that we haven't ever tried to help save these people is because they wanted to push Draenor into a corner and forget about it. It's more or less the same thing they're currently doing with Shadowlands, right?
You need something?
Having said that, I'm with you. I would rather they actually acknowledge and address this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if you've come here to join the Nessingware Safari, then you're out of luck. The Safari's been put on hold while Hemet assists the Alliance and the Horde in their fight against the Warsong. A shame, really. This land's one of the most majestic and savage I've ever laid eyes on.
Have a good one.
Our expedition biologist has been kidnapped by podlings. We came to Nagrand to explore, to slay the mightiest of beasts, and to test our mettle alongside the great Hemmick Nessingware. As soon as we arrived, Hemet's hunting prowess was needed to combat the Warsong. Rather than sit around twiddling our thumbs, we decided to continue the expedition. We're exploring the Spiteleaf Thicket when podlings ambushed us.
See you later.
Something needs to be done about those podlings. Alongside Hemet, I've been hunting most of the largest and terrifying beasts around. Never in my life I encountered a creature as vile, depraved, nefarious, or degenerate as a podling. The vicious little monsters spread themselves like weeds. Okay.
Safe
I'll
travels.
go kill your weeds for you. And this should be a...
Be good.
I got a problem, and looks like you're just the orc for the job. Trade shipment was supposed to arrive yesterday, but it's nowhere to be found. I'm running low on merchandise here. I need someone to go find out what happened. If I had to guess, I'd say the Saber Honor involved. Those brutes have been a pain in our side ever since we got here. Search for the wagon on the side of the road. Hurry! Time is money, friend.
Glad I could help.
These Saberon have cost me a lot of money. I'm not one to forgive a debt. It's time to collect. Saberon have been causing us the most trouble, our ones living in Saber Maw. They keep ambushing our trade shipments on the road. Time to declaw the competition. Bring me their claws. We'll sell the best ones as good luck charms. If the claw sales don't cover their debt, we'll just have to charge them an arm and a leg, too. No, you're free, Spartan. Be free. No, we won't have dungeons until the second shift, almost guaranteed. We only have 2 dungeons left anyways. Total.
Well, spit it out.
The name of this is Gazmol Futzwangler and the Highmall Crusade. I'm here in Nagrand recruiting for the Steam... Why are all these goblins here setting up an arena? I'm here in Nagrand recruiting for the Steam Wheel Preservation Society. We're the archaeological branch of the Steam Wheel cartel. I'm sorry. My brain is breaking. A bunch of archaeologists who are a sub-branch of the Steam Wheel cartel are here to collect artifacts and antiquities from Nagrand. Who did you talk to? Who did you bribe to get someone to open a portal into the path? I'm done. We're done. Negative to story. Moving on. I'm sure the YouTube comments are tired of me pointing this out. Yep, a horde of hordes, Linerith. Not that we've heard about that yet in the game. So we're going to still stay quiet about that for now. You're so impatient, Linerith. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the quest hasn't shown up yet. I have to do quests to unlock Chromie to go show off the quest. I'm sorry it's taking so long. Why are you so impatient, Linerith? So you want to fight in the Ring of Trials, do you? That's your funeral, bub. First fight's against an extremely large and... Oh, what am I doing? I don't do arena quests. Like, how did they even get here? How did they... Honestly, I've given a second negative for it. Because...
Yo! Be good!
Because Nessingwary and his Safari by themselves make no damn sense. Well, the good news, Linareth, is I can't go do the quest right now. I actually just went to. I know you don't remember it, because it was 5 minutes ago. But I just went to go do that quest, just to show it off, because I kept talking about it. And it wasn't there. So we gotta do something to unlock it. Yeah, like Nessingwary and his Safari, and it's not just him, successfully bribed somebody to open a portal to another dimension in the past so they could go hunt big game. I almost wish half these people were just stuck here afterwards, you know? As the dimension, as the timeline collapsed in on itself. Like, oh crap, maybe we shouldn't have bribed that one kid and taught to let us go in here. Oh well. Whatever. Negatives, moving on. Negatives, barely even human. Yeah, it's also the same big game they've already hunted back in Outland, in the present. Ah! One of the most common criticisms I've received, going as far back as when I was, I'd say like 10 or so years old, was stop thinking so much, or just go with it. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of saying that. In fact, I'm actually surprised I have not heard that particular defense so far of Warlords. But I was thinking about that recently, because a lot of Warlords is very much just go with it. Well, no. And that is, and always will be, my answer to that. No matter how many times I hear someone argue that you should just go with it, the answer is always going to be no. Because there's only two possible outcomes here. Either it sucks, and therefore that needs to be noted that it sucks, because it sucks, or it's a really good work that happens to have something that sucks in it, so we put a little note here saying, hey, this sucks, and then we go back to enjoying the work. I love Back to the Future, but Back to the Future, especially Back to the Future 1, makes no sense. And it is doing a disservice to that film to just be like, yep, and not think about it, to not engage the brain at all. It doesn't make it a worse film. It's just a little signpost here saying, hey, negative to story, and then we go back to enjoying a great film. Now, in a hypothetical where Back to the Future is a terrible film, and this is when someone jumps into chat, Back to the Future is a terrible film. I don't know why you sound like a drug-addled Mickey. Don't mind me. I can't do accents today, okay? I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly the problem, Blade Jamal. That is exactly it. It wouldn't stop Shadowbringers from being a great expansion, but it's still jarring, and therefore still needs that negative, right? Anyways.
What's up?
No, don't take me. Wait, you're not a Saberon. Did Pixie sent you?
Keep it real.
Those filthy Saberon ain't gonna get away with this. Nobody steals from the Steam Whittle Cartel. Nobody! What?
Have a good one.
We never even saw the ambush coming. The Saberon hit us so hard and fast we barely had time to think. Those overgrown mongrels dragged the others away and left me here for dead. They probably thought I was too close to dying. I heard they like their meat fresh. Well, we ain't going down that easy. Don't you worry about me. I've been through worse. I'm gonna have to go to the Sabermon and get the other merchants.
Keep it real.
They weren't just after prisoners. They took the merchandise, too. Kidnapping is one thing, but stealing a goblin's merchandise, that's making things personal. Pixie ain't gonna be happy unless you get all the stolen goods back. Okay.
Be good.
Sure. I'm going to kill a lot of Saberon now. Again. Hello? I can't click that guy. Enemies have priority! You gotta help me! I was waiting in the trade wagon and got ambushed down the road from here. I snuck away before the Saberon bought me, but they stole my most prized possession. You've got to help me get it back. I watched them dragging the Sabermon up the giant hill. Who knows what those filthy Saberon will do with it? Please, I'm just a kid. You're gonna help me, right? Yes and yes, respectively, Lunaruth. I almost quit WoW during Warlords. As in, like, obviously I put the game down for a while, because by this point, I think Stormblood was out? I'm not sure which. One of them was out. And Pax and I were trying... No, this is when we went into Guild Wars 2. My bad. Yeah, this is when we really started pushing Guild Wars 2. But, yeah, Pax and I put Warlords down for a while because it was just kind of like, okay, sure. We're just gonna walk away from that for a minute. What about Warlords made me decide to pause? This is once again proof that nobody listens to me in the middle of a sentence I am in the middle of saying. That's getting really depressing. That's happened 3 times today. Do I need to shut up? Is that what this is? So what I was in the middle of saying was responding to... We were talking about how nonsensical Warlords is. And Lunaruth was just asking, did this bother you? Back in the day, back when Warlords was new. And my answer was yes. It made me quit temporarily, and then I had to process my memories a bit to figure out where we were at in this point in time in history. And yeah, this is when we went and really pushed Guild Wars 2. Isn't Occam an actual person? Like, isn't that where that saying comes from? I don't actually know. I'm guessing. And you are right, of course, Lunaruth. Everyone complains about Fat Patch 6.1. The selfie patch. We've actually already talked about that extensively. It's an understandable complaint. Arguably not a valid one, but still an understandable complaint. I know. I try not to take it personally. It's just, from my perspective, since I always see 100% of the conversation, it's kind of weird to be in the middle of a sentence and then someone asks me about something that I just started saying. And then that happens several times in a row. Anyways. People tend to meme on things that may or may not have much validity. I know that sounds like a weird way to put that, but mimetic cultural osmosis, excuse me, is a very real phenomenon, and honestly kind of a cancer, if I can be honest about that for a second, because it means people will always remember things whether they should or not, and will always then repeat those things, which then keep it going forward, hence the osmosis, cultural osmosis. People, let me use a specific example. There's an episode of Star Trek Enterprise called Dear Doctor. It's often considered one of the worst episodes of Enterprise and Trek in general. You know why? Because everyone, and I do mean everyone, constantly rags on the last 44 seconds of the episode. Now, it's understandable why, and it's one of those rare cases where 44 seconds ruins the entire rest of the episode. But no one ever actually talks about the episode. Like, that's left cultural subconscious. It's just all about those 44 seconds, right? So nobody really talks about the episode anymore, if that makes any sense. And thus we have lost knowledge, lost information, lost nuance. Warlords is the same way. People all meme on Warlords. Why? Selfie patch and garrisons. That's all anyone brings up. I mentioned earlier that I polled a few people about what do you think is going to be the worst expansion, and a lot of people said Warlords. And the answers all of them, and I do mean all of them gave, were garrisons, selfie patch. That's it. Things that are memorable tend to drift towards the top of the list. But that means things that are memorable tend to get spread. Everyone knows about Soylent Green. How many of you remember that that was a last-minute twist in, like, the last 5 minutes of that film? How many of you have actually seen that film? I have another one for you. Logan's Run. Yes, his precious, by the way, is that. That's it. Just wanted to share that. I'm not going to read that out loud. So let me explain why I'm bringing up Logan's Run. You've probably heard of the concept of Logan's Run, even if you've never seen the movie or even heard of the movie, because it's a very common concept. Wow, you've got some health. I need actually buttons. Holy crap! Holy crap! Okay, hang on. Come on. Yeah, cultural osmosis, exactly. Because the main thing in Logan's Run is you're allowed to live this idyllic, perfect life until you hit a certain age, and then the moment you hit a certain age, you are slated to go into Carousel, at which point you have a chance at renewal or death. Now, even the details I just told you is a little bit too much. Most people just remember Logan's Run for the concept of the ticking clock. The moment you hit whatever, I actually forget the age, but it's like 40 or something. The moment you hit 40, you go die because you're 40 years old now. And that's the thing that most people remember about Logan's Run. It's actually a really fascinating look at a dystopia. It's, the overwhelming majority of dystopias in fiction specifically have to do with someone on top benefiting from dragging society down. The thing that's so horrifying about Logan's Run is no one benefits from the system. No one. It just is. It's just a system that's perpetuated by the people who are in the system. That's it. That's all. There's no cackling mastermind sitting at a table going, there is no one at the top, Jay Palmer. There is no person in charge. And no, I have not read Unwind. Sorry, Traxia. Anyway, sorry, I use Logan's Run as a specific example because there's a lot of stuff going on in Logan's Run. And everyone always remembers that one thing. Even if they've never even heard of the film, they know about the concept of that ticking clock, right? Hell, most people... I know people who have never seen a Star Wars film in general, or Episode 1 in particular, who know about Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar is an interesting example of the mimetic consciousness thing, because Jar Jar sucks. But I know some people who will actually say that Episode 1 would have been a good film if Jar Jar wasn't in it. Allow me to professionally disagree with that assessment. This is going to sound shocking. Hear me out for a second. There's more than one thing wrong with Episode 1. I know that's a very outlier, you know, dropping the mic kind of a statement. Everything? Not quite. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a goblin labor union. These rampaging elementals are a threat to Woika's safety. This wasn't in the contract. If Futzwangler wants the digging dud, he can do it himself. I'm shocked.
Talk to me!
Tell me what you see when you stare into an ancient artifact. History? Culture? Mystery? Yeah, that's because you have an untrained eye. You know what I see? Money. Lots of it. Stick around with me long enough. If you're smart, you'll learn a thing or two about real archaeology. Tell me about the Steam Wheel Preservation Society. The SPS was created to help ensure the safety of valuable artifacts and antiquities across Azeroth and Draenor. Which, once again, sounds like this is supposed to be Outland. We travel far and wide to obtain the most precious artifacts and relics ever seen. Our mission is to put all these precious artifacts exactly where they belong. In the hands of the highest bidder.
Glad I could help! Keep it real!
It's good to see there's still an interest out there in real archaeology. There's a lot of misconceptions out there about how archaeology is really done, but have no fear. The great and famous Gasmol Futzwangler is here to educate you.
Hurry back! Glad I could help!
So, I built this machine here to break down elementium minerals into base elements. See, it's not just what's buried in the ground that can be valuable, but the ground itself. Take, for example, the earth elementals below us. Every earth elemental is an earthen core, dense and precious metal. Those elements are going to make us rich. You want to grind down the bodies of living people.
Hurry back!
Time is money, friend.
Excavation team's on strike! Yeah, caught that. Foreman Thaswick and his cronies think they can squeeze the Team Wheel Preservation Society for some extra dough by refusing to work. What I need is a scab, a strike breaker, someone to put pressure on them by doing the job they refuse to do.
Keep it real.
Okay. I guess I'll go be a strike breaker then. I've officially become a Pinkerton. It's okay, this is not the only quest in this game that involves strike breaking. Or union busting, or however you want to think of that. I mean, in fairness, we do a lot of shooting people, too. But no, that's fair. Mostly the Pinkertons just shoot people. Fun fact, one of the reasons why strikes, that is to say unions, have legal protections is specifically to prevent people from doing what we are currently doing. At least here in the States. I don't know how this works in other countries. Okay, that's brilliant. So there's just a dead piece, a dead adventurer right here. If you then trace your vision directly up, you'll notice his backpack right there stuck in the tree above us, which is actually a treasure chest you can then go loot. That's actually pretty clever. I remember that treasure chest. It's actually pretty hard to get without flying. If that's the one I'm thinking of. I mean, you can. I don't promise to react to it, Lunaruth. The stone wall of the Laura. Oh. Stretching neck. I believe you are quite correct, Ismaristar. That's true. All we do is lust for power. Or hunt for power? I forget what it actually was now. Oh, wow. That's awful. Yeah, the criminal gangs, because they are criminal, let's be very clear about that, who tend to run scams and bots and stuff like that. Yeah, that needs to not be a thing. It's the simplest, nicest way I could possibly put that. You know, I wasn't going to kill you, boy. Then you got in my way. There's nothing more dangerous than that. Alright, we busted the Union. Credit for the good guys.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
Good week. That bunch of good-for-nothings came crying when they found out someone else was making their money. I don't think Thazix or his cronies will be much trouble from here on out. We did it!
Doing business with ya.
We really did. We actually broke the Union. How many of you have even heard of captive meetings? I think I'm using the wrong phrase, now that I'm saying that out loud. Oh, God, I can't remember what they're called. Hang on. Let me use the correct term here. Captive audience meetings. I knew I was missing something there. Captive audience meetings. There's actually several ways to do it, but my personal favorite is, so let's say you're working on the job, and they'll force you to go to a meeting, and this meeting is talking about all about how unions are the devil. And while you're there at that meeting, you're on the clock doing your job. In other words, if you decide to leave your meeting to go, say, work, then you can and will be legally written up for being negligent of your job, because it was your job to be in the meeting. So you're forced to be in the meeting legally. Obviously, you can just leave the meeting, you just won't be doing your job at that point. There's a lot of ways to do captive audience meetings, but that's one that's just, oh my God.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
One of the most important skills an archaeology team needs is good teamwork. Key to teamwork is knowing when to give and when to take. The High Mole Ogres have been excavating mysterious artifacts in the Gorge. Why don't you team up with the Ogres in the name of good archaeology? Remember what I said about giving and taking? They've given us their hard work. Now I want you to take their artifacts. That's not...
Glad I could help.
As an archaeologist, it's important to make great discoveries and contributions in the field. Why? What's that make a name for yourself? Even that hack Harrison Jones has a somewhat reputable name. If he can do it, then you can too. The Heimall are hiding in that big cave of theirs. We need to get in there and take it. Here, take this teleportation beacon, make your way to the back of the cave. Once you find the relic, place the beacon on there. My team will take care of the rest.
Hurry back.
We can't allow that relic to fall into ogre hands. It belongs in a private collection. Hi, Act. You missed the union busting. It belongs at the bottom of the ocean. Let's see, what are these things? This ancient fragment is adorned with unfamiliar etchings and symbols. Oh, I remember that artifact. Actually, forgot about that. I was actually just going to say, this guy's obviously, you know, part of the Indiana Jones reference thing, so yay. Ooh, mango cheesecake. That sounds really good. I still love how the banner of the High Mall, which looks like that, by the way, has giant visible stitches in it, and has this giant metal ring dragging the banner down at the bottom. It's very ogre. Also true. The Gorian Empire is not exactly doing super hot. And yeah, barely stitched together from disparate elements. Only being held in place by one extremely powerful individual. Huh. It's that central theme of WoW again. God, I hope so, Ect. We might not. Nagrand's kind of a chonky zone. I'm trying to push through this as quickly as I can here. Trying to keep the stopping and talking to a minimum. Good news is we're doing all the secondary quests right now. You've probably noticed that. So we haven't actually hit the MSQ of Nagrand yet. Oh, Yep, that looks like a safe thing to go and interact with. That's, I'll just walk in here. Oh, God, it burns. Okay. I'll come back to that. Which one, J. Palmer? I mean, the cutscene that's not as good as an FF7 cutscene. The Thrall one. Oh, let's say like, I don't know, hour and a half maybe. I mean, I guess that is one of those not as good as an FF7 cutscenes. So I suppose my statement is valid. Why does no music play in caves? It's only some caves, too. Alright, gang. Archaeology time. Boss! My readings indicate a spatial anomaly around the artifact. We'll need to neutralize it. Set your archaeology blasters to dissipate. I'm getting feedback. My archaeology blaster can't hold it. No, it's the only one in a red shirt. Set blasters to full power. Now that's how archaeology is done. Is it? Let's get moving. We'll see you back at camp. Are you just gonna... Hey, boss, you sure this thing's safe? This thing that's emanating magical energies? Of course, a little cosmic radiation never hurt anybody. Yeah, this would be a good time for us to just grab the damn thing for ourselves and be like, yeah, I'm gonna take that now. What? Okay. Listen, I need to steal your artifacts. I'm really sorry about this, but I will murder you for them. I don't want to. Like, if that's an option, I'd prefer to not kill you. So if your life is precious to you, whatever you do, don't attack me like you just did, and you will survive this day. See this guy? Take this guy as an example. Don't be like him. Bob here, he was a go-getter, and what he got was death. Don't be like Bob.
What's up? Keep it real.
Have you retrieved the mysterious artifact? It's all about teamwork.
Glad I could help.
Great job, kid. I hope you learned something about teamwork today. Here's your cut, minus my teaching fee, preservation service charge, and gratuity.
Hurry back. Keep it real.
Great work back in there. That's how real archaeology's done. It's a good thing you came to learn a trade, kid. You got talent. I didn't see it wasted on a putz like Harrison Jones.
Glad I could help.
Right. Okay. It is not. So back in the day, oh, I see what you mean. I don't know, Jay Palmer. Sorry, so let me finish my sentence there. Back in the day, obviously you couldn't party with someone on the other side. Nowadays, I don't know.
Aha! Potential customer. If you ever need anything,
I do like delaying the run, Jay Palmer.
doing business with ya. Be good. Have a good one. Hurry back. Keep it real.
I mean, it's one of those interesting questions, right?
Time is money, friend. Have a good one.
Oh, no. Right, sorry. Let me explain what just happened. So, he's trying to feed his, Oliphants? What are these stupid things are called? Elix? And he feeds them a bunch of chicken, which they immediately throw up. And he says, oh no, they must be vegetarians. What they need is fruit.
Be good.
Yeah, sure. I'll get you some fruit, buddy. Just because that's going to help. So, I don't know why I'm struggling to structure this sentence. Some people think that just because, you know, if we knock over someone or something bad, something else will replace it, therefore we shouldn't try to knock over something or someone bad. Allow me to disagree with that sentence. If anything, it means we should probably try to do it more often. To wit, TikTok being knocked over is probably a good thing, because screw TikTok. Yeah, Nagrand cherries, by the way. What does it even say? Yeah, the favorite fruit in Nagrand. Because screw TikTok is the simplest and most overt way I could say that. TikTok has been a cancerous poison to social media and to things like YouTube and Twitch for years. So screw it. Something else can and arguably already has replaced it, and it won't really matter in other countries. But at the very least, screw it. I do like how the official announcement for it actually specifically referenced how only the more technically savvy of our viewers are going to be able to access, or our users are going to access TikTok. In other words, anybody can run a VPN, or even knows what a VPN even is. There was just enough, you know, elbow gouging, wink, wink, nudge, nudge in that it actually got a laugh out of me. But screw TikTok. Only the more tactically savvy people do. It would be interesting to see how much their actual user base changes, if at all. I will admit, I have more of a grudge against TikTok than most social media because it has demonstrably made YouTube worse, and, you know, that's sort of relevant to me. That's cool. Okay, let's see if these things like
Yo.
cherries. I had the worst rumor about how I have to obtain those things. Something about a Talbot eating them and then processing first, and yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
Keep it real. Have a good one.
That's better. There's still something wrong. I'm getting desperate here. Rage Roar. Can I call you Rage Roar? Great. Look, I think I got it now. I know what's wrong. They missed their babies. Yeah, when they first came to the bastard hunters that abandoned them, so they left babies behind. If you're going to save them from a life of misery, we're going to save those babies and turn a tatty profit. We've got to get new babies.
Keep it real.
You... Okay. No, what do you do? I mean, screw Thor in general, but what do you do, Act? That's true. You want profit? Get babies. That's how you replenish your troops, after all. By the way, just to talk about quest design very, very briefly, notice that the credit for this quest happens when you interact with them, not when you drop them off. It's a small but interesting change compared to how quests used to be, where they used to give you credit when you drop them off. And there were lots and lots of things that could get in the way of that. Making it more irritating or frustrating, or having it just straight up bug out. Instead, more modern quests just gives you the credit as soon as you actually interact with them. Boom, credit, done. Well, I haven't heard about that act.
Time is money, friend.
But it wouldn't surprise me, because it is Thor, and he's kind of a dick. You did it, Rangor. Mama, Papa, and family. Brings a tear to my eye. Here, take the runty one. Not have the whole herd. This one's just an extra mouth to feed. I won't fetch anything at the
Be
market.
good.
You're welcome. Let me throw this on the ground. Uh-oh. And off they go. Bye, Alex. You're welcome, sir. And now, we go rescue the good doctor. That was a pet. Last I checked, you cannot vendor pets. Also, that's kind of a horrible thought. Why would you want to sell a pet, Lunarith? Oh my god! Lunarith, I had no idea you were so horrifically evil. Wait, yes I did. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on. I mean, again, if you're going to tell me that Thor is a dick, my reaction to you is going to be lore shock. Dude's always been a dick. Like, I've never liked him, and I've always found him just a little bit weird. And a lot of people have been really, like, licking the guy's boots for a weirdly long time. And then that incident happened with the game preservation thing, and that was just the nail in the coffin for me of, yeah, I'm gonna stop paying attention to this guy. Oh no, they totally did, as Minister. Have, I guess? It wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to get rid of him. Which is a shame. No. Pirate Software. He's a former, and I mean very former, Blizzard dev. Yes, I know what hardcore is. Thank you, Act. That would be kind of funny, actually, to quote it. But no, I don't know what Chris Hemsworth thinks about anything. And honestly, I don't really care that much. Yeah, no, exactly as Miristar. Everyone likes to lick his boots, and it's like, guys. Oh. What is he doing back there? Ah. I will have to watch that later. I think the biggest thing, this is just personal opinion, I think the biggest reason why Thor took off so much is, first of all, ex-Blizzard dev, so that gives him a little bit of Rockstar status right there. And it does, let's be honest about that. Second of all, he was saying a lot of really big, dumb, obvious things that we all have been saying for years, but he was a developer saying it, so there was more validity behind it. Now, I know that sounds silly, but really think about that for a second. We're all like that, right? I do that too. The fact, like, we could say something till the cows come home, but it doesn't count until someone who actually has some validity says it. You know, someone who knows what they're talking about. Because I'm just some random streamer who analyzes games for a living. I don't matter. But if someone else says it, oh, well. And yeah, he also was actually pretty good about marketing his shorts concept with his MS Paint thing.
Good day to you.
Pleasure to meet you. My name's Dr. Hadley Ricard, and as you can see, I'm in a bit of a pickle of sorts. I'm taken captive by these podlings, if my assessment of their intentions is correct. They mean to kill me and use me as fertilizer for their offspring. Yeah, I came to protect you. My research station is up the shore. I'll wait for you there. I like the idea of hardcore mode existing as an option in games. I do. It's a nice, fun, little optional challenge mode thing. You know me, I love challenge modes. I almost exclusively play a lot of my older favorite games in some form or another of challenge mode. Ugh. But it's a little bit different for something that's always online, admittedly. I mean, there are people who have lost hardcore mode characters to lag spikes. That doesn't feel great, you know?
Hello.
I should know, I'm one of them. No, not with WoW. With Diablo 2. Your timely arrival to rescue me from the podlings is most appreciated. This research station has seen better days. My equipment and belongings were ambushed. Damage to the ambush, excuse me. However, with your aid, I'm sure we'll be up and running again in no time.
See you around.
My research notes are missing. They must have gone missing during the podling attack on the research station. All of my work will be lost if they're not found. Come to think of it, I'm also missing my expedition supply bag and my antifungal boots. How can I do biological research without my equipment? No, this will not do at all. Please, go to the Zanger Shore. I must continue my fungal research.
Have a good one.
The Zanger Shore is home to many peculiar strains of fungi, some which are similar to those of our native Azeroth. However, one strain in particular is most fascinating. I call it Zangarium dranomycota, due to its prevalence in Draenor's fungal ecosystem. This unique strain of fungus is highly adaptable and can be found amongst many of the living organisms throughout the Zanger Shore. Why does it exist? What properties does it hold? To answer these questions, I'll need additional spore samples.
See you later.
Let's go with this. Ooh. No, I'm at Diablo 2. The only way to do hardcore mode in Diablo 2 was to do it online. So, yeah, try to be shocked. Asmongold makes something worse. This is so surprising. Yeah, lore shock. That is the definition of the lore shock emo right there. For those of you who don't get that, I actually was asked about that recently. The reason for the lore shock emote is it's what you use when something is completely not shocking. It references the meme, "This is my surprised face." So you're only supposed to use lore shocks when it's not. So yeah, screw Thor, screw Asmongold. Moving on. The traps worked. Kill it! No, I flee, I flee, I flee. I'm gonna be honest, Yura, if I ever reached a part in my life where I actually had to rely on scumbags like Asmongold to exist and be profitable, I'd probably just kill myself. Like, I know you're kidding. I get it, I get it. It's just like, I've thought about that before because I knew people personally who had to walk the drama train in order to keep themselves above board financially. And it sounded like hell. It works, but it doesn't sound very enjoyable of a life, but it works. I guess if it's that or a 9 to 5, what do you pick, right? I've heard of eat, drink, and be merry. I've never heard of eat, drink, and be miserable. Makes more sense, though. I mean, actually, kinda, yeah. I've been over here just kind of doing my own thing for, what, 13 years now? The difference is Nintendo is wildly successful and barely anybody even knows I exist. I can't complain. I can pay the bills. Speaking of which, thank you everyone for helping me pay the bills. I do appreciate it. Oh my god, come on, game. Give me a bone. Give me a big honkin' mushroom bone. Yeah, it does, Uthor. Not complaining. I might actually get everything. I wasn't planning to get anything until my sister and I did like 3 matches last night, and I was like, oh, I can already afford a mount. I might go ahead and do that. I kind of got burned out on Plunderstorm last time, because as a reminder, I got everything last time in Plunderstorm. Speaking of which, Yura, did you ever look up Mega Man Victory? And if not, why do you hate joy? No, you know what? I can literally show you Plunderstorm. Why not? Why not? I didn't want to finish Nagrand today anyways. Oh, there we go. Pop my neck, finally. They've actually done a few... Speaking of someone who did all of Plunderstorm last time, they've done a few small changes, which I really like. They've changed how some of the abilities work. They've changed the cooldowns and how healing works. So you do it right here. Boom. In mode up at the top. And I'm in Plunderstorm mode. Okay. So this is me. This is my Plunderstorm character. I'll go ahead and do a solo match. Hit join. You notice, because it just dropped, there's like no wait time right now. So if you want to grind it, this is the time to do it. But I would recommend not actually grinding it. Alright, so I prefer up here. This is my personal preferred spot. I can also live with over here if I have to, or up here. These are my 3 favorite spots. So we'll go ahead and go with that one. Yep, that is correct. It just started this Tuesday. Also one of the best songs in BFA while we're here. Yeah, you got about 6 weeks to do this. I also recommend, if you have the cosmetics, to not wield them. Like, I could be super amazing, cool looking like this Tauren, but I'm going to tell you this right now. If another player sees you in high-end gear, they will beeline your ass. You want to look like a noob. That's why I'm running around in the basic Tier 1 gear here with a Tier 1 weapon. The idea is actually pretty simple. There was a really fascinating environment, culture that kind of grew up in Plunderstorm the last time I did it. I'm not even joking. This is not an exaggeration. Because the early Plunderstorm stuff was filled with all kinds of people, but over time it filtered out. So the only people who really remained were people who were here who had no interest in PvP. And so players got to the point where like 90% of players avoided all other players at all costs. Alright, where are we at? Let's go for a chest and gamble, shall we?
Well, don't just stand there.
Ugh. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Spells collected. Okay. Loot 1. Oh, shoot. This is bad. You know what? I'll let him do his thing. So I'm going to leave him alone. Notice he didn't attack me. I've got some competition. Let's go ahead and pop this. I might not finish. Yeah, they've added new nodes of people and mobs. And I don't know why I said people, just mobs. Wrong button. Wrong button. There we go. Okay, this is actually bad. Go ahead and do this. Mobs respawn now, too. That's true. Like I said, they've done a few small but critical changes. Not too much competition. That's good. That's an item, unfortunately. Come on. There's one. There's one. It's 2. I just need one more item, and this boss will drop an item. There we go. 3. Quest complete. Alright. We're good. Ow. Eh. Part of the reason I like this particular spot, go and heal really quick here, is because it's very close to the one of the 2 earliest to die spots on the map. Because the storm is always right here and right over there by the... Who keeps trying to hit me with that? And right over there by the dock you can't even see. It's like down there in the lower left. Agreed, Huthor. It's what Wildstar failed to do. So we just walk in here. We wait a few seconds. He's thinking about it. Oh, you earned that, buddy. And we're done. And that's it. And I'm up to 3,500 plunder. So I can almost afford another mount. And back into the regular game. And just do that once a day. There you go. Boom. Done. Yeah, you don't lose any of your gold when you die. You keep all of it. The reason I don't go by the docks anymore is towards the end of the last time we were doing Plunderstorm. There were way too many players over there. There's the heritage of the Magkar quest chain.
You have fought countless battles.
Yep, that's great. That's great, thanks. Yeah, you don't lose... There's no losing progress in Plunderstorm. It's actually impossible to lose progress in Plunderstorm. You can only gain. So what I just did is I just did my daily. My daily was to get three spells, specifically. There's spells and there's items that you can get. So, I got 3 spells, which completed my daily quest, which gets me 250 plunder. Once a day, you get, I believe it's 800 plunder for doing a daily quest, period. Just for doing a daily. So hang on, I'm sorry. I just realized I'm using my terminology wrong. I apologize, Bregman. Let me be more clear. Every match you get an objective, which I call a daily because I'm an idiot. It's actually a per objective. Terminology. It's a per map objective. So every map you have the opportunity to do an objective to get 250 plunder. Once per day, if you do an objective, you get 800 bonus plunder. So I just did an objective on one map, and it's the first time I've done that today, so I got 1,000 plunder. Does that make sense? Sorry, I need to take some headache pills, apparently. Good lord. Not that many. Not that many. Whoa there. Whoa there. Frostwolf ship armor. I feel like there's a couple others. But that's the only one I know for certainty. There's a bunch of clans that nobody ever talks about. Like Lightning Blade. Who's ever heard of the Lightning Blade clan? So here's the dealio. Not really. Change them up a little bit, but not really. You can go PvP. It has been argued that there's worthwhile rewards for that. That's very debatable on a per time basis. So if you successfully go PvP and win a match, you do get a lot of plunder. However, that takes a fairly large chunk of time. It is actually a lot faster to go ahead and get your per match objective done, get your 200 plunder, and then immediately go die at either the docks or the mountains, and then do another match immediately. So it depends on what you're after. Are you after PvPing? If you're after fighting the enemy, then yeah, you should try each match. It's very... I forget what the genre is. It's the Fortnite thing. Someone help me out. What's it called? Battle Royale. Thank you. If you are interested... Hello. If you are interested in just getting the plunder and nothing else, then just grinding deaths is a substantially faster method. Now, hang on. There's actually a third option. And my sister and I did a lot of this. It was actually weirdly fun. It's trying to survive as long as possible. That's it. We don't fight the other players. That's a guaranteed death. I'm not good at PvP. We're not good at PvP. So the goal is to just survive. And generally speaking, we almost always made it to the number 3 slot. Occasionally to the number 2 slot. And it's actually really engaging and fun. Because, like, seeing another player... there's all kinds of strategies where you can hide or get behind a tree or get a certain distance or try to avoid certain lines or dipping in and out of the storm to avoid enemies. Because a lot of players will not even try to go into the storm. Stuff like that. There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do to try and survive for as long as possible, because that circle you saw briefly will keep shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking until it is very, very, very small. And so it's kind of fun. It's pseudo co-op at that point, because the goal is to never fight the other players.
You need something? See you around.
Have you retrieved my missing belongings? Yeah, actually. A standard issue Nessingwary supply kit containing bullets and beer. Yep.
Safe travels.
Ah, this is my research. What's that? Yeah, my supply boots. Spectacular. I now have the tools I need to continue my great research.
See you later. Have a good one.
Oh, you have the spore samples for my research. Excellent. The Zanga Shore is a dangerous place, with all the risk of fungal mutation all. Oh, I didn't mention that part before? I was sure I did. No matter, you look hardy enough. I'm sure your genes are impervious to foreign fungal strains that your body has never before encountered.
See you later.
You...
Safe travels.
I'm going to smack you, sir.
How are you?
In order to fully understand the nature and properties of the Zingarium Drenomakota, I need to examine the strain with a complex fungal structure. The fungal brain of a spore giant would do nicely. Not just any spore giant, though. It needs to be big, mean, primordial, the perfect specimen.
Have a good one.
Okay. I'm told that this dirge mire makes its lair in an underwater cavern. How magnificently primitive. Sorry, the reason it's co-op on Earth is because you do it in a group. Now, they got rid of trios. I'm actually sad about that. But they have a mode called duos, where you and your partner are actually like fully linked together. So all the plunder you get, they also get. There's also a small trick you can do. So if you die, your partner can pick up all of your plunder, which you can then also get credit for. So then you let them die, and then you pick up all of their plunder. Now, it only works once. So once both ways. So you pick up theirs, and then they pick up yours, and then that's as much as it caps after that point. But you can still do that, because you can res in duo mode. Lol, Hothor. Speaking of small changes, did you notice that they've increased the visibility of other players? They've increased the size of the outline, and you can see it from further away. I am vaguely surprised that they actually bothered to iterate on Plunderstorm and didn't just launch it again, you know? But credit to them. Yeah, they even added a practice mode. Now, what I'm not sure is if a free account can do Plunderstorm. I assume not, but I don't actually know.
What can I do for you?
Without a fungal brain to examine the mysteries of the Zanger ecosystem will remain unsolved. A soft, convoluted mass of fungi exerting centralized control over the body of a spore giant.
See you around.
I see you retrieved its brain. How did we extract the brain? Not only is a fungal structure perfectly intact, as a specimen is exquisite. I'll need a moment to begin into examination.
Safe travels.
In order to properly dissect such a delicate organ, one must have a steady hand and precise... Pickles! No! Quickly, Pickles. Describe to me in exacting detail what you feel at this very moment. Ribbit. Wait, Pickles. We must document the experiment. It appears I require a new research assistant. Right. I'm gonna go, if that's okay with you, and not be here anymore.
Hey there.
Great work, Rage Roar. I'm surprised we made it out alive. I can hear the sound of their maniacal laughter.
See you
as
around.
They swarmed us. Resistance is ribbit. Oh, that's funny, Jay Palmer. Hey, look! Throne of the Elements. Deja vu. It's mostly unchanged, actually.
Who is there?
It was not long after I arrived in Nagrand that the voice of Calandrios called to me upon the wind. It was a great honor to be called to the Throne of Elements, but my heart was heavy sensing the purpose. There's a dark malaise in the air. It can be felt all around us. It surrounds all life here, enveloping and smothering. Come, it's time we commune with the Furies and lend them our aid. An invisible shadow has been cast on this valley, and it may be up to us to remove it.
When you are ready, I will commune with the great Furies.
I am ready.
Furies of the Throne of Elements, we answer your call. How may we serve?
A dark presence grows in the west. Gordog, the great earthen fury, has gone missing.
Without a fury of earth upon the throne, the elemental bonds that hold this world together weaken.
The balance has been disrupted. The elemental plateau has grown unstable and must be burned. If left imbalanced, the elements will rage across this valley, tearing all life asunder.
Gordog must be found and returned to the throne.
The fate of the elements rests in your hands.
Your will is understood. Gordog will be found and the balance restored. How goes the fight?
I fear this disturbance is more dire than I anticipated. Whatever it is, it threatens to unravel the elemental bonds that hold the world together.
For the Frost Wolves.
Many shaman have sought the favor of the throne. Forming an elemental bond with the Furies allows a shaman not only to know the will of the elements, but to tap into a great font of elemental power. Sleep, Lunaire, sleep. If you are to discover the truth behind Gordog's disappearance, you'll need to succeed where others have failed, and undertake a ritual of binding. Okay.
Only when you are attuned to the elements will you be able to undertake the
Don't
ritual.
do it, Lunaire. Sleep, sleep, sleep. The elemental plateau has become unstable, and so the cycle of rebirth cannot begin. It is a natural part of our life cycle that impurities have accumulated in the elemental body over time. When enough contamination has taken place, an elemental will become unstable and in some cases volatile. A necessary part of the rebirth is pure living essence, which can be found atop the plateau. The elemental plateau is a sanctuary to the elemental spirits of Nagrand. The greatest among the elementals in the plateau are the Guardians, mighty elemental spirits that watch over their domain. The Guardians are pure and mighty spirits, but a disturbance in the natural balance has caused them to grow unstable, corrupting the lessers around them. In order to restore balance, the Guardians must be destroyed. Okay. And yes, Mega Skullman Spockmon. The Furies remain the Furies, and once again we're doing quests specifically for Gordog. Or rather, about Gordog. He was one of the main quest chains back in Outland, although he gave that quest chain in Outland, whereas here, he is missing. Since the beginning, a shaman has been called to serve the Throne of Elements as its keeper. It is a lifelong calling, and a new keeper is only called after the last has passed on. Garok has been our loyal keeper for many years, cleansing the elemental plateau during countless cycles of rebirth. Our keeper is dying. Another should be called in his place. When he passes, he should not be alone. Go to him and ease his pain. Okay. It's a hell of a retirement plan. Hey, dude. Stab.
What is it?
Calandrio sent you to me. Well, I'm honored. The Furies are wise. They know the burdens of my heart. You may not know, but you've been sent to grant a last request to a dying shaman. For this I am grateful.
Speak.
Many years ago I had a life mate, Dahaka. We were only bound a short time before she was taken from me. I have lived long, but I've never known greater pain than that day. I was young, and my grief was great. The earth quaked upon my rage. I laid her to rest on this very cliff. It is where I too will rest, but first a favor. A rare bloom grows in a cave with the fiery molten earth of the plateau. It was her favorite. I would lay the flower on her grave one last time before I die. As is your preference. So. What other zone would be suitably picked for a new plunder store? It needs to be relatively open, but with some actual terrain and features to it, like Arathi. One of my first thoughts was Tannerus, but upon reflection, I don't think that would actually work. Yeah, it also can't be too large, which Tannerus would probably fail at. I'm also deliberately limiting myself to vanilla E-zones. You know, New World zones, in other words. I was debating Unguro, along with several other foresty areas. I feel like something like Ashenvale would work better, though. Still plenty going on. Decently sized, but not too large. Underwater sections, such as they are. I don't know, Ashenvale, I'm checking myself on that, because Ashenvale might be too big. You having fun so far, Trihexia? Yeah, no, Ashenvale's gonna be too big. That's almost twice the size of Arathi. The problem is, Arathi's actually pretty small. It doesn't look like it, but this is a dinky zone, really. Especially compared to a lot of its contemporaries. Like, Silverpine is barely the size of Arathi. What was your quest, Brigman? Wetlands is about the right size, but it's the wetlands. Although, if anything could make the wetlands actually worth a damn, it might be a Plunderstorm. No idea. Okay, so on the right side of the screen, it'll tell you what your objective is as soon as you finish landing. Remember, you have control as you're landing. You cannot gain height, but you can kind of change your descent angle and your speed of descent. It's dragon flying, but very simply, without the jump ability. Oh my God, let's swap these. I was chewing on Westfall as well. Certainly it's got some, you know, significance vibes. But at the same time, I almost kind of want to pick a zone that's kind of irrelevant, like Arathi. Oh my God, it's so obvious. Hinterlands. The Hinterlands. You got Dazarlor over there. Or not Dazarlor, excuse me. Jinthalor. Sorry. Wrong city. You've got the forest, so we've got plenty of trees there. We've got some decent terrain here and there. There's the slime hill. There's the pit where all the ziggurats are. There's the green dragon tree. So we can have a variety of enemies. We can have a variety of interactions. It's even right next to Arathi. So now you got me thinking about something I probably shouldn't be thinking about. Making a Plunderstorm story. Like, why are these pirates all of a sudden taking power and pushing into areas? Well, it makes sense if you consider that the superpowers of the setting have both had the ever-living tar beaten out of them over the last several years, especially by the Legion. So, you know, lesser powers are starting to fill in some of the gaps, right? Of the games I've played, which one would I say have the most average high-tier magic? Well, Warcraft is obviously in there. Congrats, J. Balmer. There is. That's part of what got me thinking that direction. So Warcraft is up there. I would be remiss if I did not mention FF14. Specifically FF14, not any other FF. As a setting, FF13 isn't all that high tier. Not compared to any other FF. Mass Effect Magic, specifically, is what I would call pretty low tier. They have low-level force powers. And the force is extraordinarily low tier, as far as magic goes. EverQuest. I don't know much about the lore of EverQuest magic. I wasn't even going to mention the Warhammers, either of them. For obvious reasons. Hi, Ross. Yeah, I wouldn't put Witcher as particularly high-tier magic either, frankly. I would be remiss if I did not mention Forgotten Realms. I know you mentioned a video game, but it needs to be at least mentioned. Psionics, aside from one particular outro to one particular expansion, aren't really all that high tier in StarCraft. The tech side of thing is what brings StarCraft higher up. Oh, this hurts. Oh my god, this hurts. Oh my god, this hurts. Oh my god, this hurts. Holy crap. Ironically, Baldur's Gate 3 would probably be the game that best shows off the higher tier magic of Forgotten Realms. We literally see a wish spell cast in that game. Just to use one example. Yeah, but the actual spells aren't really all that impressive for us. including the ones that the Sinistrals use. See around the Earth. Get some good rest. Oh god, now I don't remember what she was going to ask about. I remember there's the time thing. Oh, it was the time thing, wasn't it? Yeah, alright. That's another thing. It's like saying Dragon Quest has high-level magic. I can cast an AoE Lightning Storm. Doesn't strike me as very high tier. That's true. We do see the Crown of Crassus. Well, I should shut up. That's a spoiler. Sorry. We do see a crown in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. Dragon Age I've always mentally thought of as relatively low tier when it comes to spells. Again, basic, low-level, standard-y stuff, right? Yeah, you've got your Fireball and your Frostbolt, and you can make a storm happen. And rip people's blood out of them, and... Lord of the Rings is extremely low tier, on purpose. At least it is nowadays. If you know what I mean. I'm sure the real answer to this is some anime video game I can't even think of. Well, admittedly, I haven't played Dragon Age 4, so I will take that as indicative of something we will be covering in Dragon Age 4. That's why I amended my statement on Falkenstein, because yeah, the first stage was kind of nutso, by design. So, people who are very, very boring... like me. I've actually sat down and thought about how magic actually works in the Mario setting. The simple answer is runic magic. Those power-ups, those are carved, crafted, and empowered in order to do certain things at certain times in certain ways. Usually in a limited fashion, too. So Mario can actually use fireballs as long as he doesn't take any additional damage, because, you know, he has obtained a rune of fire, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, I know. Make fun. It's okay. I don't even care. Excuse me. Kirby's weird. Kirby, the setting is pretty high tier, yeah, but like Kirby doesn't cast spells, so there's not really a high tier magic with high tier casting, which is the specific question that was being asked. But yes, Kirby games tend to be about eldritch abominations who are the embodiments of negativity, who are trying to destroy large-scale things like planets, systems, or more. Yeah, Kirby's own magic is because he is literally a positivity elemental. That's not hyperbole, that's actually what he is. And so being an elemental of something that is fundamental allows him to do a lot of things he probably shouldn't be able to. I would say it's more accurate to say that Kirby is the only of his kind, but they keep changing their mind on that, so who knows where the lore is of it now. Most Zelda magic is actually quite low tier, all things considered. Especially if you think of it in terms of actual spells you, the player, have access to, in which case it's extraordinarily low tier. Like, that was a big thing during the Zelda block, was considering which Link was the highest tier mage. I think we came up with Zelda 2. They do like their curses in Zelda. Metroid. Yep, moving on. Oh, this is gonna hurt. I just mentioned Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest magic, that is to say, the spells you, the player, have access to, is also pretty low tier. Kazapple! Kafoozle! Kashuffle! Back in Dragon Quest 1, we had access to Hurt and Hurt More. Now, try not to be shocked, but Hurt More did more damage. It was even considered a powerful spell. Castlevania is insanely low tier. That's the definition of regional magic right there. Ooh, this sucks. Okay. Okay. I need you to die quicker than you're currently dying, please. Oh my god. This is worth it. It's for a guy and his dead wife. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of slime. That's a lot of magma slime. Yeah, Castlevania is a module. That's actually a good way to put that. The molten core appears to be mutated. Remains of an elemental that consisted of both earth and fire. Slag elementals should not exist in the plateau, where the elementals live in purity. You decide the core should be taken to Incineratus for examination. Congrats, Bragwin. I told you it wouldn't take you long. You didn't believe me. Sadness. Yeah, and it's not even to kill eels this time, Dakota. Is that everything? Yes. I actually don't know the Divinity setting well enough to really answer that. The only Divinity game I'm particularly familiar with is DOS 2. I mean, yeah, I've played DOS 1 and Dragon Commander, but that's kind of it. Do you have the Umber Blossom?
Speak.
This is a fine Umber Blossom. I know the danger you faced to retrieve it, and I thank you. In a cave not far from here lives an old woman named Chale? I knew Chale, God, I don't know how to pronounce that, many years ago when I was young. Though as I have become old and gray, she has kept her youth and beauty. She was jealous of my love for Dahaka, and I have long suspected she had a part in her death. However, without evidence, I could not bring justice against her. Meet with her. Tell her I am dying. Tell her I wish to know the truth before I leave this world. Chale? Yeah, sorry, someone mentioned MLP. MLP is a very strange one, because magic in general and in MLP is pretty high tier, but in terms of magic spells that people can cast, it's extraordinarily low tier. It takes someone like Twilight or Starlight to be able to cast anything of any substantial note that affects more than like one person or one bookcase or, you know, lifts one glass, right? And in both cases, it clearly strains them to do so. But at the same time, you have things like, well, Discord is the obvious example there. Excuse me. Or, I can't think of his damn name all of a sudden. The Centaur, once he's powered up. Or Celestial and Luna. Pretty much any of the alicorns. T-Rex, thank you. You've done well. Though the elemental plateau is no longer stable, the cycle of rebirth will soon take place, and the elements will be reborn anew. Each of the guardians you put to rest were once mighty and noble elemental spirits. In time, each shall be reborn anew through the cycle of rebirth. But Gordog must be found and balance restored, lest the plateau become unstable again. He examines the core as you explain the circumstances behind its creation. Indeed, slag elementals should not exist in the plateau. The plateau has grown unstable, causing elemental spirits to devolve and mutate. As long as an Earthen Fury is absent from the throne, the imbalance will get worse. Gordog must return to the Throne of Elements. Working on it, dude. You're the one who sent me on this side quest before I could go do it.
Tell me, what do you see?
I'll do it in a second. I mean, hypothetically, yeah, if we're going by those rules. I don't see why not, J. Palmer. Hello, Chalet? How do you pronounce your name?
I am here.
I wish to know the truth about Dahaka. So that poor fool Garok is dying and wishes to know the truth. I remember Dahaka. She was as you see me now. Until I drained the life from her wretched body. You have found me out, for I am a demon lord of unmitigated power. Garok is a fool. I would have shared this power with him. I shall devour you. So, yeah. She's a troll? That literally makes no sense. But she died as... I have no idea what's going on here.
What is it?
Ah, that inquisitive wretch. If only I'd proved her treachery long ago, I'd have ripped the villainous heart from her chest and crushed it beneath my foot. You brought me the truth as I asked, and for that you have my thanks.
Speak.
These mortal shells that we call bodies are not ours to keep. The body's a gift of the earth that must one day be returned from whence it came. The time has come for this body to return to the elements. Know that you have lifted the weight from my old heart. As I pass on from this realm, I do so without regret. I have fought on behalf of my people and my land. I have served the elements and I have loved. It would honor me if you would stay during these final moments. My time is at an end, but I die knowing that I have honored her memory. Ah, this body grows weary, Rage Roar. These old eyes darken. Garok, my mate. I have stood by you as a breath upon the wind. I have watched as you lived with honor, and my love has not waned. Rise, husband, your ancestors call. Reunited, we shall answer. Ah, Dahaka, it is your call I have waited so long to hear. And they head towards Oshagun, which can mean a lot of unpleasant things. And remember, this is before the Shadowlands existed. So, yeah. See you around, Garok. He was a loyal keeper and a true friend. He'll be missed, but so is the cycle in this world. In time, we will call a new keeper of the elements, and he will serve us as Garok did before him.
This land needs you.
That's true, J. Palmer. We'll get to that later. We're going to go to Oshagun later. I swear we'll actually start the MSQ at some point. You have done well, Rage Roar. By linking each of the 4 elemental pillars, you have attuned your life energy with the elements of Draenor. You're now ready to undertake the ritual of binding. Speak to me when your work upon the elemental plateau is finished.
Spirits,
My work on the elemental plateau is finished.
you bring honor to our clan.
So speaking of Ashigun, because see, it wasn't really Ada herself that was causing the issue, if you remember. It was the fact that she was a dying void creature. Void in general tends to draw souls into it. I don't know if that's natural or if it's something that void just does. Oh, hey, look! It's a void Naru in the heart of Ashigun. Huh.
Shogal, I sent you here to enslave this thing. Where is my power, ogre? Your power?
It's my power!
You will obey, disciple. Hand over its reins. I think not.
We're done taking orders from you.
We've learned much from Quore.
We're writing a book.
You're insane. Run away, old man!
Soon, Heimel will burn. Then, the world.
So try to be shocked. But Gul'dan sent Terengar to Auchindoun to gain power for him, and then Terengar immediately betrayed him. So Gul'dan sent Cho'Gall to gain power from Ure, and then Cho'Gall immediately betrayed him.
You must listen to the land.
I see. These are truly dark days. Cho'Gall has invaded the heart of Ashigun, draining the Naru of its life. He seeks to destroy the Naru, birthing a dark void god in its place. He must be stopped! Come! We must travel. Okay, real talk, I didn't realize this was like the next quest.
Run with the pack.
I was being kind of facetious. Listen, he's not very good at, you know, anything, really. Poor Gul'dan. He's not a people person. That's a good way to put that. Before we continue that quest, we're going to go derail briefly. Actually, that's going to lead there, isn't it? Let's do this quest first. I have tremendous, incredible power. What's your charisma score? 2? Okay. So what's that in, like, modifier? -4? Uh-huh. Well, the good news is I am very loyal to you. Excellent! I'm so happy that you've decided to be loyal to me. Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. I have. Ah, screw it. Let's just do this next. High off the deeper end. I mean, not... In Warlords, they certainly kind of play with him a bit, but... I mean, Legion, you know?
How are you?
Glad that Agra sent you, Commander. The situation is grim. It's about to get grimmer.
Be seeing ya.
The War Sun came in and killed the Draenei Rangers. No letting them have this place. You and me, we gotta kill them all.
Okay, okay.
Favor the road traveled by.
3 of the Shadow Hunters come here with me. The War Song killed them. We need to get their souls to move on. Just in case you find them first, I use this on your bodies. It sends them to Samadhi, lower the grave. You mean, one Samdi, right? The lower of graves?
You be careful, man.
No, a totally different thing, man. Okay.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
The Warsong pack leader is doing his best to raise Tillar's shield. If Kargora does that, the Warsong will have an impervious base. So far, they've only managed to infiltrate the shield. This has the undesirable side effect of protecting the pack leader and her shaman at the main crystal. Activate the crystals in the perimeter. That'll force the shield to fully deploy. Then she'll be exposed.
Do not lose faith.
Uh-huh. Oh, time to kill us some war song. Thankfully, the war songs are all very stupid. Like, seriously, why were the war songs ever in charge of the Iron Horde? I mean, I know why. It's because Garrosh, but still. I'm sorry, Blackhand and the Blackrocks were always more in charge of the Iron Horde than the war songs ever will be. Oh, I hate the Elites quest. The worst part is you don't know the quest until you land. The good news is whatever you do when you're landing does qualify for quest progress, so if you land on an Elite and kill it instantly... Yeah, I was doing a thing with Sis last night, and it was get 2 items. That's actually my personal least favorite thing. Because as I mentioned earlier, items and spells are different things. And things that can drop items and spells are usually the same sources. Now, there's a couple of exceptions that there are chests that specifically drop items. But I could not find any to save my life. Thank you, man. This war song be tricksy to get the drop on Odran. I'm off to Bon Samedi. I'll be seeing you later. Interesting they go willingly. But then again, Bon Samedi goes out of his way to take care of his people, so... hard to blame? At least until Shadowlands. God. No, actually, Trihexia. And that's actually all I'm going to say about that for right now. No, the point I was trying to make, Uthor, is that because they so fundamentally changed what the Shadowlands are, the nature of him taking care of the dead changed, you know? I agree, he still takes care of his own. He's still weirdly legit. But, yeah. I appreciate the blessing, man. The Lord of Graves smile upon ya. There's something in Oshagun pulling on me sword. I'm gonna go have a look. Yeah, not for long. Not until we go to the other side. By the way, great dungeon. I know opinions tend to be mixed about Shadowlands dungeons. That's probably my favorite. Just from memory. Just off the top of my head, kind of a deal. What this? I'll be dead. I'm gonna haunt these war song forever. Stay away from the voodoo. Oh my god, I would not want a troll who is committed to haunting me after death. That does not sound very pleasant. Like, look, can you go away? No. Please go away. No. Haunting you. Okay. Look, if I, like, do something for you, like, I'll give you something to make the undeath, or your after death better. Please? Alright, tell you what, Mon. Jump up and down like a chicken. What? Jump up and down like a chicken. Okay. Good show, I'm on, but I'm still haunting you. God damn it! Alright, hang on. Voodoo, ironically, doesn't actually exist. It's just another term for shamanistic magic. Usually involves curses and hexes. Shadowlands, there it is. Mists. Mists of Tyrnacythe. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one was pretty good. I mean, I'm the weirdo who thinks that we've had pretty much nothing but good dungeons since, like, you know, Pandaria, but...
Don't be shy. Stay away from the voodoo.
Oh, that was fun. We working nice together, you and me, Rage War.
Bye-bye now. Okay, dokie.
They moving on to a better place. But some be sending them... But some be sending them on all their missions now. Thank you, Rage War. You're welcome.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Soon the shield gonna cover all the teller. Then we'll be trapped inside together. Then we go kill the pack leader.
You be careful, man.
The time has come. Pack leader Kargar and the Arcanite shield are no longer protected. We need to kill her and destroy the shield crystal.
Be seeing ya.
Okay, well, I can do that. Actually, I did, Huthor. Check it out. For those of you not aware, you can hit PvP and hit Plunderstorm right here and just queue from in-game. For those who care. Stay away from the voodoo, Spider. I don't know why that became a phrase of theirs. What it essentially means is don't be cursed. So I suppose there's just a basic logic in don't be cursed. I don't think we need to be told not to be cursed, you know? I think we got that part. Oh, this actually hurts. That's, you know, that's fair, Gear White Noise. I cannot argue that. I mean, think about how many dumb warning labels exist in real life that we apparently need. Go away. Go away. You're a waste of my time. Whatever you do, don't dabble in dark magic. What about the hundreds and hundreds of trolls who do that on a daily basis? Well, they're the stupid idiots who don't listen to me! Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Loktarogar, champion. We will not be broken.
Durotan has taken most of our forces west. He's established a forward base on the Skysong River. He'll want to know we're ready to move against Gramashar.
For we must defeat the ogres, the Burning Blade, and the orcs at Lokrath. Then we'll be ready to move on Gramashar.
You know, I'm sure glad I don't like naming things after myself. Where are you going? Lorthan. Loragon? Lorashar. Lorzaralor. Yeah, Lor Thamar. Wait. Lorgrad. I actually did that once. I forget what game that was.
In family, there is power.
Good to see you, Commander. When I'd heard about your garrison caravan being destroyed, let's just say I feared the worst. What word from Lor?
Stay strong.
I have good news. We've already taken Lokra. The Horde soldiers have surrendered. I've saved the honor of accepting the surrender for you.
And watch yourself, Commander. Despite our victory, the war song are never to be underestimated.
Yeah, Lokip. Well, I mean, that was awesome, but... So, this is Mankrik. If you're not familiar with WoW, you probably still heard of Mankrik because he was one of those meme things from the Barrens, which you've probably also heard of. Hey, mister, could you help me? There's this girl I know. Her name's Olgra, and I need you to help find my girlfriend. Do you get it? Do you get the joke? Well, let's go find his wife. I actually explained this back in the Barrens, but to reiterate, the reason that became a meme is because, first of all, an inordinate quantity of players would go through the Barrens, because it was pretty much the only zone that followed through on the events, or at the level range after Durotar. Whoops, I went too far. So, pretty much every Horde player would go through the Barrens and then do the quest of the Barrens, and it was very hard to skip Mankrik because he was right frickin' there. The thing was, back then, it's okay, she's not dead, her entire family is. Woof! Thank goodness. So, he was like, hey, go find my wife. And he gave really, really vague directions. Which is unusual, because in WoW, most of the time, the written directions were actually pretty good, right? Excuse me. Like Morrowind style, you know, take this road, go right at the second pass, etc. Instead, he was just like, go find my wife. So a lot of people would ask in chat, where is Mankrik's wife? It took off from there. My mama, my papa, she cries over... grow up! It's just your entire family that was killed while you're a child. Now, you can become Batwoman, Batgirl, Batlady, Batfemme, that's a new one. It came out of nowhere from that direction. They were on Nasty Wolves. Please, will you get vengeance for me? Yeah, I will. Reclass into Ranger. What's up, dude? You killed somebody's family. That was a very, very stupid thing of you to do. Now, the funny part is I've been fighting without buffs for a minute. Now I'm buffed. So, now you're dead. Why don't you come over here and die? Alright, I'm going to go in Bloodlust just to really make this point. I didn't do it anyways. Yes, Dakota. I really am going to try out Ranger soon in Baldur's Gate 3 just to see how it feels. Not immediately. We're in the middle of doing a certain Lae'zel's quest, and we probably don't want to be respecking in the middle of that nonsense. But as soon as I find a good bow, I'm going to go ahead and swap. That being said, the next Baldur's Gate 3 patch is adding a bunch of new subclasses too, so I might poke around at some of those. Yeah, but that was before all the patches and stuff, Ross. That's the point. I will admit I'm doing a little bit of off-camera reviewing in case we ever actually do get to Baldur's Gate 3. Aww. They're so in love. And she'll never die to Quillbores. I love how the frickin' Blood Elf is like, good on you, kid.
Our enemies will fall.
Okay, so now that we've done the meme quest, let's get on with the main stuff. Yeah, Ranger in 5th edition is objectively bad. Now, asterisk, a class does not have to, like, you know me, I talk constantly about balance, and not everything has to be super balanced. And I'm totally cool with the idea that, you know, some classes are just objectively worse than others if they have something interesting or flavorful or something that makes them fun. Whether they have that extra little thing, well, that's kind of your decision, isn't it? Because, but Rangers were pretty abandoned in 5th edition. Now, in 6th edition, they've been doing a lot to try and pull Rangers forward, probably because of the aforementioned. So, I just want you to take this into account, okay? There's a bunch of warsong here. Disarmed, surrounded by Horde soldiers, okay? I want to make my point here because I'm about to give a negative to story. Do you see this? Disarmed, on their knees, and surrounded completely by Horde soldiers who have their weapons out, okay? Okay? You paying attention to all this? Yeah, also Tauren, Forsaken, Blood Elves. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, now that we've established that these people are screwed...
I'm listening.
Terms of surrender, let me think. You think the Warsong are so easily defeated? I'm already tired of you, Horde, and you just invaded my Horde homeland. There will be no surrender. The Warsong bow to no one.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
You've fallen right into my trap. We completely surrendered, and then somehow turned it around and killed all of you. And I do mean all of them. Like, look at that. There's just Horde corpses everywhere all of a sudden. And the war... Oh, dang on, that guy lived. Okay, I get false surrender, and that's absolutely the kind of thing the Warsong would do, but bullcrap! The whole point of the false surrender is to put the person capturing you in a position where they're not ready for a fight. Then you, ready for a fight, fight them. You don't put yourself in a position where you're not ready for a fight, and the enemy is ready for a fight, and then be like, haha, I got you. It doesn't work that way. Negative to story. Moving on. Yeah, exactly, Blade Cheval. You don't actually surrender as part of a false surrender. That's not part of the equation, guys.
Forsaken.
The Iron Horde supplied Warcraft with war machines from Iron Fist Harbor. It won't take long for them to level the post. Someone has to silence those war machines. This is the backbone of the army we intend to send after Garrosh. You mean the army that just got nuked by people that they... Oh my god. We're done. We're done. Christ. Look, I understand you want to show your villains as being competent, but maybe you can do it by showing them as being competent. Oh, hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. We were playing as you earlier. That's a lie. We weren't shooting people. We were just union busting. The bodies of the fallen soldiers are here. No. No. All my own troops killed because I turned around for 5 milliseconds and my enemies pulled their bullcrap card. I swear we did, Takoida. Because, yeah, you have to look that crap up. No. Actually, hang on. I'm walking this back. Maybe we did. Because I know we gave that to Diablo 2, which has no information whatsoever on what the cube can do in-game. But Diablo 3 has the recipes book in-game. Or if you go interact with the cube, it's like, you know, there's a button somewhere that shows you what the recipes are. And they're all named after things, and they've got a little lore blurb. It's like, insert these, pull this item off of Legendary, stuff like that. And yeah, entirely too many games have the enough trope. Which, if I had to name one of my least favorite gameplay tropes, it's the enough trope. For those of you not aware of it, because Playtime just mentioned it and so did Nagrand. The enough trope is when you're fighting a boss and the boss says, And they almost always say it by saying the word enough. And either the second phase of the fight starts, or they stun you, or the cutscene plays, or the phase transition happens. You get it. Yeah, it's the nuh-uh button. It can be done well. I've seen it done well over the years. But even the second Lich King, someone who arguably could have actually pulled that kind of crap on us, it's really dumb, and I gave it a negative when we got there. Because he really did just be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just kill you now. And he hit a magic I win button. What? Okay, well, that's that entire camp wiped out. Yeah, down for the count.
Baladash, Malanore.
Thank you, Commander. I thought we were done for sure.
Farewell. Remember the sun.
Regrettable, but I understand the pride of the war song. I would never surrender.
The reckoning is at hand.
I mean, then don't fake surrender, maybe?
Death to all who oppose us.
Just a thought. Just a thought.
Welcome, friend of the Frostwolves.
Yep, we got out of the trap alive.
With the pack.
With their leader dead, the remains of Warsong will be easy pickings. I don't know, they might surrender again. As soon as that's done, I'll pull our soldiers out of Luckroth and head for Gromashar.
I'll see you at the gates of Gromashar.
Well, who's ready to see the end of the Iron Horde story arc, asterisk? Keeping in mind, we still have Nagrand coming up. And 2 Iron Horde dungeons and an Iron Horde raid. But no. This will be the end. We'll see what we think. I'm trying not to prejudge too much.
Loktar, Commander.
Sorry that they laid a trap for you. You have a reputation now. Now? The time has come. You've dealt with the Warsong's allies and holdings. The name of this quest is And Justice for Thrall. Our troops are massing at the gates of Gromashar. Shadowhunters are reliable intel that Garrosh is holed up in there. That is his only strategy, isn't it?
Our spirit will triumph.
Right, what's going on? What's this? Nope, I'm good. They don't do arena quests. And we're in a scenario now. Love those transitions.
Frostwolf blood. Agra, let's get in there.
Demolishers! Fire!
Advance! Warsaw, bring me their heads!
This is actually very inventive. There's a bunch of mobs on the route, but only a few of them actually aggro us specifically. The rest are mostly there to fight our ads. A way to keep the player engaged without overwhelming them, but also without them feeling like they're not involved at all. It's a nice in-betweeny thing.
Speak your mind.
Duratan and I will lead the bulk of our forces beyond this barrier. Meanwhile, if I may suggest, you lead the rest of the forces west and create a flanking diversion.
We'll protect you while you flank them to the west.
I do like flanking, people. Come with me, soldiers of the Horde. It's time to wipe out the war song once and for all. Again, because we probably technically already did that back in our timeline, but let's ignore that for a second. So they give us a squad. Gotta love the squads. See what I mean, though? That one right there, we can attack it. We can attack this one. But we only have to attack these three, the ones that are actually in our way.
Watch out! Wolf Riders! Warsong! Run them down! Finish these weaklings! Fetch, girl! No, this can't be.
Sorry, buddy.
We need to move up!
I was referring to what happened in Orgrimmar, specifically Lord Harmont. It sounds like you're referring to what happened in Warcraft 2. Unless I'm wrong, in which case, ignore me. Oh, wow, literally won't let me mount. Alright, that's valid. You know. Nope, won't let me do that either. Damn. Alright. Okay. See two PvPers there. Jousting.
Leap from your caves, my wolves!
You know, last time we beat Garrosh in a fortified stronghold, it took the combined forces of the two superpowers of the planet to do it.
Seal those wolf dens!
I have a feeling we'll be doing a little bit better this time around. That's a good question, Spartan. The moment I walk out there, I'll let you know. I've heard good things, but I haven't even started it yet. I don't play MMOs alone, contrarily enough, so I'm waiting for my friends before we do that. I do need to get my time walking thing for the week, though. I need to remember to do that. So you can always tell which mob they want you to attack. It's the one with full health who's not doing anything, who's just standing there waiting for you. That is a large pit of stew. Holy crap. What's funny, I imagine that at least some of the war song would have questioned why they continue to, fight this implacable enemy that's absolutely beating the snot out of them. If the war song had anything in any capacity to question orders. I hate to repeat that point, but it really is a common war song thing.
We fight together, or...
Bad news, Commander. They've enslaved Dern, the Hungerer.
We have to go through the beast to get to Garrosh.
Yeah, exactly, Mega Skullmon's Power. This isn't anything new. The war song have never questioned orders. So you may or may not remember Dern. We one-shot him last time we saw him, back in Outland.
Hungerer!
So let's see if it will make this a little more of a fight this time. Guys, you want to help me with this? Pull.
Get next to my healing totem.
Down you go.
All I need is a wolf at my side, and a fellow warrior at my back.
Okay. Okay, there he is. We're good, we're good. I had the Bragman virus there for a second.
Welcome, friend.
Garrosh sits on his throne behind these gates. This is the moment it's all been building towards. The whole expansion is about to conclude here. Ignore the fact we have like half the zone left to do.
Never leave. Come, War Chief. I am waiting. Agra, I need you and our forces to stay here. Buy us the time we need to deal with Garrosh.
Please know, Dorotan. You have been like a father to Thrall.
Like a father.
Now open these gates!
Ha ha ha. I shouldn't say that. It's nice of her to not give that away. You'll notice they go out of the way to never tell Durotan that Thrall is his son, by the way. Which actually makes a lot of sense. Hey, it's Garrosh.
To come here. You think after everything, you can kill me?
I mean, I've already done it.
We'll bring you to justice, monster! Justice? You don't know the meaning of the word! Taste Gorhowl's steel! Taste Gorhowl's steel! Taste Gorhowl's steel!
I get a feeling he wants me to taste something.
Gorhowl's steel! I am your death!
Hey, he said something else. Holy crap. That is alternate Gorehowl.
I cannot be defeated! Now, you die. Garrosh! Thrall! You're too late, old friend. No. No more, Garrosh. Just you and me. I challenge you to Makora! Thrall. No. Very well, Shaman. We finish this alone, where it all began, at at the stones of prophecy.
Would have made more sense if it was Outland.
You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. All I did it for the Horde! You failed the Horde! You made me War Chief! You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me! You never had the strength of a true warrior. I do not rely on strength alone, Garrosh. My power is all around you. You made me what I am. No. You chose your own destiny.
And thus does Garrosh Hellscream finally die. And yeah, who cares if Thrall cheated? People have argued that for years, and I've never even gotten a part of that conversation because I don't give a damn. I love that cutscene, though. Because, yeah, he really was victim blaming all the way to the end there. Even when he finally acknowledged that he was not in the position he should have been, he pushed all of that blame onto Thrall. Thrall does deserve some of the blame. You can even tell in that fight that it bothered Thrall to acknowledge that. And that's going to be something that Thrall's going to have to carry with him over the next several expansions. And yes, that is going to come up. Also, if I can be bold, Patrick Seitz does his best performance of Garrosh right there. The way he says that line, "You left me to pick up your pieces." There's just enough pain in that to make you feel a little bit what Garrosh is feeling. He's still a monster, and it is still his fault. But it's not like he really wasn't left to flounder on his own. Thrall just assumed he would rise to the occasion instead of crumbling.
All I need is a wolf at my side, and a fellow warrior. The Iron Horde remains a threat. We should hit them where it hurts. and take out the Blackrock Foundry.
Perhaps we should deprive them of their allies. The ogres here in Nagrand are vulnerable now.
Good plan. Now, let's get moving.
Yeah, did you hear that, by the way? Go do the 2 raids, is what they just said. Straight up.
I am here for you.
We Frostwolves have always walked alone, with only our wolves at our side, but our clan is part of the world, and it's clear we have a role to play in protecting it. This Garrosh was a dangerous one. Still, he showed us something valuable. I see now that united the orcs can be great. It's more important than ever that they have a righteous voice to guide them, and the Frostwolves must be that voice.
Strength comes from the heart.
Garrosh came out of nowhere and manipulated the clans as you played a drum. It's good that he's finished. But the damage is already done. It's like I don't recognize my own people anymore. Grom Hellscream has turned family and friends alike against each other, and it has to stop. We must dismantle his war machine, first by doing one raid, then by doing another. And then we'll bring Hellscream to justice.
Make us proud.
The Archmage is gearing up for another campaign. All he can talk about is finding Gul'dan. But I worry, Gul'dan's already tried to kill Khadgar once. The Archmage is going to need all the help he can get. Cordana looks at you pointedly.
Let's get to work.
We've closed this chapter, but Garrosh only sent these events in motion. We'll have to close all the loops if we want to keep Azeroth safe. That means neutralizing Gul'dan. Still, a little celebration may be in order before we get back to business. I have a bottle of aged dollar and red saved up, if you'd care to meet me in my tower later.
Remain vigilant.
Oh, Blackrock Foundry has some of my favorite looking gear in the game. Like, honestly, here, let me just show you one piece here. It's a two-handed mace. It comes off of the mythic version of the boss. And it would be after this. After this. There it is. It's this thing right here. Look at this beauty. Look at that. Look at that thing. We're not actually doing the raid just yet, though.
Faith is my mirror.
The Archmage tells me that Garrosh set all these events in motion. He was a criminal from your world, yes? I've never seen the orcish idea of justice before. I wish I could say it's over, but this war is only beginning. Grom's Iron Horde continues to grow stronger. No, it doesn't. My people will never be safe so long as his foundries... Yeah, I get it. I'll go to the raids later.
The prayers of my people.
Vindicator Yrel says we must work with both the Alliance and the Horde, but if the world created monsters like Garrosh, why should we trust you?
This too shall pass.
My husband takes all the responsibility of the world on his shoulders, as if it's his burden alone. He needs to learn we all have a role to play. This world remains in turmoil. The elements cry out. They're being tortured in the depths of the Blackrock Foundry. Oh my god, I get it!
Go with honor.
Thrall is deep in thought and doesn't appear to want to speak at the moment.
We will not.
I'll never do the raid! For real, though, we have quests to do first. So we really aren't going to do the raid yet. We need to finish Nagrand first. Yeah, I was about to say, you gave us Archimond and Kil'jaeden, buddy. I want to throw stones. I'm pretty sure there's no actual race in this setting which does not have at least one member of it that was a terrible person.
Yo! Hurry back!
Like, I'd have to think about that for a minute. The Naru. I'm going to disagree with that, but I don't want to explain why yet. The Murlocs. I'll give you the Murlocs. No, I'm serious. We've never really seen particularly bad Murlocs. They're usually the minions of bad people, but they're often enslaved by bad people. So that's kind of different. Furbogs? They're just really easy to fall to corruption.
Tell me, what do you see?
It's been many years since I set foot in these woods. I was last here as part of the Koshhar many years ago when this place was shared amongst all the clans. Those days have passed, and now only the Warsong banner flies here.
For the Frost Wolves.
The spirits of the dead have long been drawn to Oshikul. As long as I can remember, the woods have been filled with ancestral spirits making a ghostly pilgrimage to the heart of the mountain. However, I fear what's transpiring here is not normal spirit walk I've seen before.
Spirits walk with you.
Even as we speak, the Pale are enslaving the elements to their will. Many elemental spirits have been enthralled, and more will follow. The Pale must be stopped and the elements set free. Journey into Shadow... Fall Canyon and set free those elemental spirits, which are not fully enthralled by the Pale. As to the elements already enslaved by the Pale, the only mercy we can give them now is to release their bonds through death.
You bring honor to our clan.
Correct, Mr. Floyd. Or miraculously, this is the alternate version of that Drekthar, but yes. The Pale are wretched creatures that hide beneath the ground, ever plotting against those who dwell on the surface. They stalk the Underpale, a twisted and dark cavern beneath Oshikul. If we are to succeed in stopping Cho'Gall, we must fight our way through the ranks and beneath the earth. Okay.
Be cautious.
Well, let's see what we can say. Oh, there's still more quests. This is Lotro at this point. Quests! The Warsong clan in their lust for dominance. In their lust for dominance have turned to the darkness of the void for some power. Dark shamanism is a loathsome, dangerous practice that abuses the elements, an elemental gift I have bestowed upon them. There's one among the Warsong that calls the loudest to the void, the elder shaman named Kulroth. Slay him and the rest of the Dark Shaman. I will not allow the Warsong to abuse the elements and desecrate tradition. No longer do the Warsong seek to be one with the elements. Instead, they abuse their power by using it to channel the darkness of the void. Well, let's go kill them then. I'll give you Pandaren. See you around, Kennex Cow. Have a good day at work. Because, yeah, I can't think of an actually bad Pandaren. Like, if we really thought about it, we could come up with all the side races that don't matter and don't exist, like Tuskar, or the Sniffler guys I can't think of, or the Grummels, or we could talk about the Vermin, or we could talk about the Niffin, which is the guys I was just talking about. You know, all those side races, sure, there's dozens of them that have never had bad people because they're side races. They tend to not have a lot of main story focus. The Niffin's biggest purpose in the story was to be killed to show off how evil Fyrak was. However, I will give you Pandaren. Could you get off me? Oh my god, get off me. Get off me. Stop biting my face. Ugh, frickin' Pale. God. So these are the Pale. This is what happens when you combine an orc with void energy. We talked about this the other day. They look like that. They're not very healthy. There's also a lot more of them than you'd think. That's a lore thing, not just a gameplay thing. Most of the tribes and the clans just kind of ignore the Pale. The Pale, well, they aren't organized. They just kind of lumber in the darkness going, "Ah, precious!" And that's about it. If you're going to say know me, Mr. Floyd. Yeah, the Pale are actually kind of terrifying. So, the Pale are a clever way to continue forward on the ideas of the Twilight's Hammer cult. Because they're the same general concept. Remember, it takes a very specific mind to be able to serve the powers of the void and still retain a degree of sanity. Most don't. The Pale have no sanity whatsoever. They are void-infused orcs. So they're just gibbering madness. So, are they a problem? Kinda. But for the most part, they're just kind of there, which is why most of the clans have left them to just exist for centuries at this point. I think into the 400-year range or something. I forget. I have to look it up. But if you got someone down here who could speak with them, interact with them, and organize them, that could be a problem. So this guy says, I see a delicious, fleshy shaman. Do you like what you see? Cho'Gall has taught us much. Yes, closer, shaman, closer. Delve deeper and I will show you the true power of the Pale. Our master is good to us. Our master has made us strong. Behold his gifts. My elemental was stronger. I wouldn't call my elemental slave. I mean, I'm not a dark shaman. But I kind of am.
How goes the fight? Spirits walk with you.
The Pale have been taught by Cho'Gall to enslave the elemental spirits of the land. But an elemental is enthralled in this manner, it cannot be reversed even by a farseer such as myself. Why?
Run with the pack.
I have encountered evil in many places. Even in my own soul, I have seen dark shadows of what could be. But the evil within the hearts of the Pale defies explanation. It is dark, loathing, and miserable in a way I've never encountered.
For the Frost Wolves.
The looming monstrosity between us and the inner chamber is the great fury we have sought to return to the throne. Gordog stands before us, enthralled, a slave to the Pale and their mysterious master. My heart is heavy with grief to see such a great creature mindless and enslaved by evil. There is no going back. In order to push forward, you must go through Gordog.
Run with the pack.
We're not far from the inner chamber. The truth behind the evil awaits us there. I can project my spirit to guide you, but it'll be up to you to defeat whatever lies within. May the wind of Calandrios guide your arm, the wisdom of Arboreus enlighten your faculties, and the flames of Cineratus burn your enemies. May the memory of Gordog be your shield.
For the Frost Wolves.
Go! I will hold back any reinforcements that attempt to follow.
This land needs you.
Oh.
The Master commands, and I obey! In death, I am
Hi, Cho'Gall. No voice acting? Come on! One of the best things about Cho'Gall is their voice acting. Behold, a void god is born. You fools are too late! A pity I cannot stay to watch you die.
We're going to Highball! You should do the Highball raid!
By the elements, what has Cho'Gall done? Hold fast, the Naru is transforming into a void god. Last time I had to fight this thing, I had to do it with 24 other players. This time, nah, I got this. The Great Furies must be informed. Quickly, follow me. He could have, Mr. Floyd. Garrosh was always not a good person, similar to his father. But I do firmly believe that with the right care and time and effort, he could have been a force for the good guys rather than the bad. He might never have been like what you'd call a hero or a leader or, you know, whatever. You know, no James Rayner there. But then again, Illidan was a terrible and evil person who did a great deal to help good. To use one example of the concept. Alright, let's finish up this war song stuff over here. Frickin' war song, am I right? Am I right? God, I don't know, Mr. Floyd Bickerton. I don't like to write dialogue off the top of my head. That's not how I write. So my answer is more or less literally, abort! Abort! Yeah, Garrosh could have been an Illidan. Enough! In fairness, I don't think that would have even been possible. Not in reality. Like, it's nice and fair to be like, you know, he should have sat down and had a reasoned adult conversation with him, but A, Thrall was really busy dealing with, you know, the Cataclysm. And I do mean very busy with that. And B, there was also the issue of the war, which, I'm going to say this as nicely as possible, the Alliance started. And then you give him his, you know, dying of starvation in the desert people, and the period of time in which it would have been possible to actually reach out to Garrosh shrinks substantially. I never know the difference between them, Pillagers know. So all I'll say is Illidan is a villain who helps the good guys. His overall goal is to try and improve the situation. In fact, Illidan is kind of unique in the fact that he's one of the only people who understands the scope and scale of the problem. But he's an egotistical jackass who refuses to explain the scope and the scale of the problem to people who aren't his slaverish minions. He presumes he's the only one who could save the galaxy. There's this really awesome sequence in Legion, which I'm going to try not to talk too much about right now, which really helps perfectly encapsulate who and what Illidan is. To all Outrider stations, the Warlord has commanded all Outriders prepare for an assault on the Horde invaders. Plans for the attack have been delivered to several posts. Loktarogar. Okay. I mean, honestly, it sounds a lot like the Eldar. Look, we know what we're doing. Go die. And when you decide to fight back against us, we're going to yell at you. Because now the Tyranids are here. I mean, Chaos is here. I mean, the Orcs are here. I mean, let's be honest, it's always chaos, but sometimes it's something and chaos. Grab this. Ooh, you get some help. I can fix that. Don't worry, I have a solution for you having health. First, move the United States. Oh, right, I need clans too. There they are. You're probably wondering, what do the Warsong have going for them? Because every clan has something they do to survive in, you know, the hell world that is Draenor. So what the hell do the Warsong do? They're mobile marauders. That's actually it. That's their big shtick. They don't really have bases or fortresses or encampments in the traditional sense of the word. They stay on the move, and they use their wolves to keep up and keep ahead of anything. That's kind of it. Yeah, they're raiders. They are Warsong raiders. Yeah, they're the Golden Horde. That's actually it. It's just kind of funny to me that that's their big shtick. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Okay, 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 okay. I hope you're enjoying it, Mega Skull Monks. Yep, I had to hit all the buttons there, but we're okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. The gift of shamanism is not one to be taken lightly. When the gift is abused, the elements will rise up in indignation and smite the shaman. Yeah, like every time. Grab that now. Dark shamanism is a dangerous practice. It's true the void can be a source of terrible power, but it's the kind of power that comes at a price. All power in this setting comes at a price. I don't know where you're coming from on that. Your power, shamanistic power, comes at a price. Anyways, the rituals have been disrupted, yet the nether beacons still glow with power. It can only be the beacons are being powered from the twisting nether itself. The connection to the void must be severed. There's but one way to accomplish this. You must slay the void creature that maintains the connection. Lay your hands on the beacon and travel into the nether. When you've arrived, locate the shaman stone and use it to contact me. Well, for shamans, you have to have a patron. You are beholden unto whoever it is who gives you your power. And if they decide for whatever reason they want something else from you, or they want to change the terms of the deal, they can do that. And cranial injuries, we'll just know. The cost for arcane mages, and any arcane magic really, is time and effort. You don't just get arcane magic. It takes years and years of study to be able to cast spells. You're devoting a decent chunk of your life just to studying magic. China is the short answer to that, Triaxian. The Ming Dynasty, specifically. No, I'd say that counts. Years of your life devoted to something you may not even succeed at. Not everyone succeeds at becoming a mage. That is 100% cost. It is arguably more costly than most other sources of power. The Shaman Stone appears to be working, even from within the Twisting Nether. As much of it needs to be done. There's so many quests. I've just got all the quests for you. By connecting with the Twisting Nether, the Warsong Shaman have created a ripple effect that they could not have anticipated. Look around and you will see countless portals beginning to open, signs that the Twisted Nether seeks to connect to Draenor. Should these open, the path will be clear for all manner of demons and void creatures to rampage through the valley. Hidden behind the veil of the Twisting Nether, the abominations of the void march upon Oshiku. The great void growing deep within the mountain has drawn them like moths to a flame. Wave upon wave, the creatures of the void march into the mountain and sacrifice themselves to Invalidus. The Void Lord Invalidus cannot be allowed to feast on the other void creatures, or will become too powerful to stop. Actually, that's a really good way to put that, Schmeidolf. Arcane magic's cost is very front-loaded. Which makes sense for something that is quite literally orderly magic. Spell magic, at any point in time you might slip and whoops! And then, of course, there's the need to constantly pour life into it. Void magic, at any moment you might slip and turn into, you know... Shamanistic magic, of course, you are beholden to your patron. Naturalistic magic, you are beholden to nature, which is almost worse than a patron. The light requires faith. The void requires doubt. And or despair. So why is no music playing here? Well, I've got a playlist for this. Blood magic doesn't exist. Correct, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Although that has its own problems and deals, especially if they're a, shall we say, chain breaker of deals. Like, for example, if I borrow money from you, Mr. Floyd, and then don't pay you back, and then I borrow money from Ms. Mirastar and don't pay her back, and then I borrow money from Pillagers No and don't pay her back, then I go to borrow money from Trihexia. At some point, they're going to hear that I'm that kind of person and be like, alright, look. That's how Void works. Don't ask me, Trey. How does Faith work as a fuel source for magic? I'm going to do this instead and just fail. If I can. Oh, nope, I can't. I'm dead. I am dead. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, these hurt. Oh my god, these hurt. Ooh, okay, we need to kill these immediately. Void magic. Void magic for Hexia. We've still got a whole other quest hub in Nagrand. I would anticipate second shift for the raids. We also have the dungeons to do before the raid. Well, before 2 of the raids. The hope is to do Nagrand and Heimel before the lunch break. We'll see. I'm hurrying as fast as I can here. Fighting off a whole bunch of void crap. Because that's what we want from Nagrand, is void crap, right? You're probably like, why is void crap here? Because this is Outland. No, think about it for a second. Oh my god, it worked instantly, Yura. Oh god, what was I doing? I was in some kind of large-scale group. Might have literally just been in, like, Ironforge. I'm not even sure. But someone said, hey guys, I found the cheat codes. All you have to do is type, who's your daddy, in chat. Lots and lots of people... I think it was actually power overwhelming. Lots and lots of people suddenly said that in general chat. Like, lots of them. Try to be surprised, but nothing actually happened. Except for a very loud and amusing argument that ensued. Yeah, nobody knew what MMOs were back then. was gonna say, this is on random, but this fits. Believe it or not, Trihexia. No. Now, having said that, there was a little asterisk to that. In WoW Vanilla, it was possible to actually end up on GM Island. I don't even remember the method, but there was a method that could be repeated if you knew what you were doing. They patched that out relatively quickly, obviously. But a player couldn't do anything in GM Island. That's why they called it GM Island. If these portals were to fully expand and open, the path would be clear to the horrors of the Nether. The Warsong have been careless in their mad pursuit of power and glory. The Void Lord must be stopped. Thanks to your effort, the tide has been waned. If we defeat Invalidus, we must act swiftly. The moment has come. Invalidus grows more powerful by the minute, so you must move with haste if you're to defeat the monster. At each of the ritual locations is a Void Crystal. These crystals are used to channel energy of the Void from within the twisting Nether. Disturb the crystal and Invalidus will sense your presence. Be ready. He will waste no time in hunting you down. Probably pretty surprised, Trihexia. And I would have been. Hey, what's up? With Invalidus destroyed and the Warsong halted, the threat of the Nether has subsided. Well, that's good to know. Hey! Garok and Dahaka. The situation here is dire, but I sensed we would meet again. I do not hear the call of the void as loudly as the others, for I am not long dead and my body rests far from this place. With time, that will change. I fixed it already! The spirits of my ancestors have always been drawn to the mountain of Oshigu. Now I too feel this pull, but something is not right. The presence is evil. Yeah, okay, I get it. We've kind of already fixed this problem. Let's just go. Let's just go. Yes, Mr. Floyd Pickerton. She is the monster from Prince of Persia. And also a character in StarCraft 2. Yep, StarCraft exists alongside Prince of Persia. And always has. At least I hope not. The last thing I want is for Ubisoft to get their greedy paws on something of a Blizzard IP. Have you seen what the Guillemons are thinking about doing? Ugh. I have no proof that they're literally organized crime, but man, they act like it. Oh, Jesus, Miristar. How is your recovery going? I assume you're still in the resting state, and honestly probably will be for a couple weeks. Hey look, it's Golmash Hellscream. We'll deal with him in a minute. If I can give one small bit of advice, unwanted and unwarranted advice as Miristar. Don't lean too hard on the pain meds, but don't be afraid to take them either. There's a balancing point there. I've seen a lot of people post-surgery who are like, well, I don't want to get addicted because they hear horror stories about opioid addictions. And so they're like, and they just don't take anything. And pain isn't just something that hurts, as weird as that sounds. It can actually interfere with the biological processes. And so their recovery is delayed or actually hindered. Ugh. Fine, I'll kill you, ghosts. God! Making me kill ghosts. Ugh. Ugh. But of course, the other thing is true, too. You don't want to overdose, because duh. Opioids are helpful, but they're a tool. Do not mourn the twisted echoes of the dead. They are merely distorted reflections of once noble spirits. Instead, mourn whatever's going on in Ashergun. Yeah. Those who die in brutal combat often enter the spirit world in unrest. So it was with Golmash, father of Grommash. Crushed within the jaws of a Gron, Golmash still found the strength to bury his axe, Gorehowl, deep into the eye of the monster. When they fell, it was the Gron who died first. Such is the heroic death that every war song dreams of, yet few attain. But Golmash's mighty spirit lingers restlessly, stirring the other spirits into unrest. Okay. You dare approach the Giant Slayer. I will cleave your head from your body. For I am incredibly... Well, remember, none of that exists yet, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. And that is the honest answer to that. The Shadowlands as we know it wasn't invented until mid-BFA. I see now. This is not my death. My death was long ago, and it was glorious. Well, I'm glad you're happy to be dead, I guess. I'm in combat with something. Surely, Mr. Floyd, they wouldn't possibly do anything with Shadowlands that isn't the most absolutely fantastic, amazing writing, and incredible world building. I look forward to seeing how the new Shadowlands retcons perfectly fit with all previously existing lore. Golmash was a mighty warrior in life. The orcs have been honored by their clans and feared by their enemies as much as the Giant Slayer. The father of the Hellscream name. When a mighty spirit of Grommash is finally put to rest, the ancestral grounds may be once again a place of peace. Your deeds shall not be forgotten, Rageroar. Your name shall be spoken in reverence amongst the spirits of my people. Until this timeline collapses and we no longer exist. Wait, what was that last part? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we've dealt with everything.
Anu Belore Delana. We will have justice.
Is that it? Nope, we gotta go turn in the Throne of Elements first. We're getting so close. I can taste Highmall. It's right there. It's actually over there. But we're getting there. It's so close. It's calling to me. I'm gonna spend my entire lunch break just doing paperwork so it can be ready for the finale. I hear some people actually take breaks during their breaks. It's really weird. Gordog was a mighty ally. The elements will mourn the loss of the Fury. But death was the only answer. Gordog would not have wished to stay a slave to evil. Though Gordog is no more, the heart of the Fury is eternal and unbreakable. In time, this brightly glowing heart will take shape into a new Fury. And that's another way that these are completely different from the Elemental Lords back in Azeroth. Furies die, but then their core slowly births a new Fury. By contrast, if an elemental lord dies in Azeroth, they're gone, and a new person, completely different person, can then take the mantle, take the position. It's actually also a little bit more political in Azeroth, whereas here it's more elemental, which makes sense.
You must listen to the land.
You have done well. By defeating the void god Decimatus, and the destruction of the valley has been avoided. The threat of the Pale subsided, for now. The loss of Gordog will be felt throughout Nagrand, but someday a new Earthen Fury will take his place.
Though much has been lost, I sense a great peace in the elements. I will remember your courage always, friend.
Until I stop existing, of course. Why does everyone keep saying that? Do not worry about it. Just go with it. Okay, I guess. Is that it? Nope, that's not it.
What is it?
Nope, that's definitely not it. Alright. I may have to frickin' Google this at this point. I swore it was right here. But I've flown by here like 3 or 4 times and it has not spawned. Okay. Well, this is an important quest, so Hells knows I'm not skipping this. One moment, please. No, I would not. I'm going to laugh if they ever move this quest. Excuse me. Oh my god, they did remove it, didn't they? They did. No wonder it's not showing up. Okay, allow me to elucidate. One of the prerequisites for this quest was the legendary ring chain they removed from the game. Not the whole chain, just the first step, Chapter 1. It culminated in coming here, to Nagrand, where you would meet Chromie. My memory is pretty accurate. It was right around here. Yeah, right over here. She would give you several quests to try and figure out what the heck's going on with this alternate Draenor thing, and she would explain in the game what the hell's going on, which would eventually lead you up here to the Time-Lost Glade, where you would find time-lost ogres who are mostly of the Gorduni tribe, aka the ones who are back in Outland. After you fought enough of these, you would find the nexus point of the anomalies is this strange orc right here, whose name is Kairos. This is a bronze dragon. And here he would finally explain, for the players who didn't read the book, what the hell was going on and why we were here. I can't believe they got rid of the explanation quest as like a side consequence of removing the legendary chain. Almost assuredly, Monobrat. It would be the easiest, cheapest way to do it. No, the first time we ever see Chromie is all the way back in vanilla. So here's what's happening. I was looking forward to seeing if the game did a good enough explanation of these events to warrant skipping over the book, because it's the one and only book that's considered mandatory for understanding the plot. So, there's this bronze dragon named Kairos. Kairos, no, Chromie's up in Anderhall, back in the West Plagues, and in vanilla, Carewhite-wise. Kairos is a bronze dragon who exists in the era in which most of the titanic power that the aspects were granted unto them has been given away, right? That happened at the end of Cataclysm. And he had this idea, which was being pushed by Raytheon, which was part of the legendary quest back in Pandaria. The other one that was removed from the game. These two, for some reason, just these two legendaries. Nothing before, nothing after. Anyways. So, Raytheon and Kairos came up with an idea. Kairos wanted to return to the eras of glory of the Bronze Dragons having control over time. He also believed the Bronze Flight should be more willing to manipulate and control time rather than maintaining time. Now, this was actually a really cool plot point, because for the longest time, we've sort of assumed that all of the infinite dragons are just, evil, corrupted bronze dragons, but actually no. Those who are of the infinite are those who just believe in a different mentality, and I just told you it right there. The bronze believe in maintaining time, the infinite believe in changing time. It's a purely philosophical battle, and they actually do some interesting stuff with this in Dragonflight. But this is the first hint of that overall arc, because Kairos naturally became someone who was infinite, because he believed in the infinite philosophy. Raytheon backed him with resources and artifacts and magical expertise, because what Raytheon wanted was a horde of hordes. The plan was actually really simple. I describe it in much more detail in the first Warcraft episode for Warlords of Draenor, if you want to hear the full detailed version of it. But here's the summary from memory. So there's this device. Now, this device always connects to itself, which is useful, because it means it's an automatic tether for any new timelines it creates. It has the ability to echo significant events from the past, so you can go back into the past of a specific event, and it has the ability to, naturally, create a branching timeline in the doing so, and there's other stuff it does that I don't remember right now. The plan was really simple. Kairos goes and rescues Garrosh, and with Raytheon's backing, goes 35 years, actually probably 40 years into the past, in order to prevent the Orcish horde from ever drinking the blood of Manaroth, and instead uniting under one banner. The goal, then, would be, immediately after doing so, that they were going to take this horde and go create a third timeline, take the horde from the second timeline and go conquer and unite a horde in the third timeline. Once they're all united, they would do this again, and again, and again, and again. A horde of hordes, to try and have one universally, overwhelmingly powerful horde. Now you're probably thinking, why? Raytheon, as of this point in time, only cares about one thing, and that is the fact that the upcoming Burning Legion invasion is imminent, and he knows that, and anybody in the know knows that the Legion is currently attempting to invade Azeroth again. So Raytheon tried to do this temporal trickery to craft this horde of hordes in order to then fight the Legion. It's worth noting that by basically every account, this never would have worked. Ignoring the obvious fact that it didn't work here, I'll explain that in just a second. The fact is that a horde of hordes would be so violent, vicious, and bloodthirsty, and so programmed to listen to orders, that all it would take would be one specifically positioned Nothrezim to knock over the whole thing. It never would have worked. But here's how it didn't work immediately. So Kairos brings Garrosh here. You'll notice Kairos is dead. So Kairos says, yes, and now we may begin this plan. And he shares his plan with Garrosh. Garrosh murders him with his bare hands. and then goes off to do his own thing. So the plan sort of stopped immediately, because Garrosh refused to be pliable. Yeah, Garrosh... Yeah, no, why would Garrosh be interested in the plan? Why would he care about the Legion? You idiot! You deserve to be dead, you moron! You goddamn cockamamie idiot. Well, remember, Loke, anytime a dragon is in their alternate form, it still counts. You remember that? Like, if you're in your visage, I think it's what they're called. I can't remember. And I kill you, you're dead. You don't, like, revert to dragon form or whatever. So... yeah. Also, Kairos had no combat expertise to speak of and was a low-ranking dragon anyways, but whatever. Yeah, all you have to do is kill the Visage before they shift back, which Garrosh managed. Like, frankly, of all the things about this, that's the thing that I buy the most, is Garrosh could totally take on a low-level, non-combat dragon by himself with his bare hands. Of course he could. He's one of the strongest warriors in the setting. So anyways, Kairos is dead, and then Garrosh went off and recognized that he was in Nagrand, which you'll notice he is. And he's like, all right. And he headed off to find his father. Spent some time explaining to his father, you know, the truth of the future, drinking the demon blood, somehow conveyed information and super advanced technology, and convinced him to ford the Iron Horde. Naturally, rather than, you know, deciding to use the plan to go and invade other timelines, he just wanted to go back and get revenge on Azeroth. We've already talked about what his revenge was going to take. Ignoring the Iron Tide problem, he was also planning to literally just wipe out and scorched earth a huge quantity of the Eastern Kingdoms out of what can only be referred to as petty revenge. So this is dumb. This is really dumb. And if you're paying attention, and I know that I give the WoW writers probably more credit than I should, but at this era of time, they've actually been capable of, or rather, the Pandaria/Legion era of time, they've been more capable than usual of actually doing good writing. So this is extraordinarily dumb amidst a sea of generally good writing. Why? Oh, wait! It makes so much sense. Because the original story was to go to Outland. None of this stupid plot needs to even exist to go to Outland, does it? Kairos Raytheon rescues Garrosh, drags him out to Outland, and they just do their thing there. Boom, done. No plot holes, no big-time temporal shenanigans, just nothing. But when they decided to turn this into, 35 years ago, in the past, in another dimension, in a branching timeline in the middle of collapsing, they suddenly had to come up with, out of absolutely nowhere, some kind of explanation for how they're here and why they're here. And hey, look, it's nonsensical bullcrap. Huh. Ah. There's this thing called necromancy, Trehex. I don't know if you ever heard of it. I'm giving this 6 negatives. No, I'm not. You're wrong. Sorry. I need it even worse. I'm giving it 9. I'll type up specifics later. I don't even feel the need to explain that. Here's a bunch of negatives. Poof. Have fun. Like, obviously the plot is nonsensical and stupid, and completely violates consequence storytelling and internal consistency. But then there's the fact that literally none of it's in the game. I might rejigger which categories I give, but I'm giving that 9 negatives. The fact that the central main plot of Warlords is gone from the game is awful. Like, really think about that for a second. Like, really picture a player who's trying to go through the story for the in linearly, in order, and they're like, okay, we've just finished the Siege of Orgrimmar, right? We do that very last quest in the Vale of Blossoms with Xiao Hao and Lorewalker Cho, and then the very next quest is there's these forces who are attacking Blasted Lands. Okay, and then we go there, and they're all like, yes, the forces are attacking us, and we must push back against the Iron Horde. And what? Who are the Iron Horde? Why are we attacking? Why does the Dark Portal suddenly go to, like, Draenor? Did they fix Draenor? Like, I'm not even sure they ever actually flat out say we're in the past here. I honestly have no idea, look. The stated reason for getting rid of the cloaks back in Pandaria was they were too good. The stats were too good on the gear, so they got rid of them so players wouldn't feel the need to go get gear from a previous expansion to help them get through content of the new expansion. Now, that's a dumb reasoning, but that is the stated reason. It is within the realm of possibility that that's the same reason they got rid of the ring chain here in Warlords. Yeah, the intro kind of implies some stuff, but then Garrosh is there. Even has that line, times change. And it's like, okay. Yeah, without any context, what the hell is the point of that opening cinematic? As Kara White Noise says, it looks like it's actually an Elseworld story. I think you're right, Luke. It looks like it's an Elseworld story. But instead, it's like... there's Garrosh, and they're building a dark portal, and they've got, like, Iron Stars, which, if I've been paying attention, you know, I've seen that back in Pandaria, so what? Ugh. No, I remember Blade Traval. And the whole thing I was thinking, and I've been waiting until Nagrand to really talk about this, is I knew there was a quest in the game that finally explained this crap. Past tense, apparently. I think you're right, Logue. I think they're trying to... Like, what they've done with Shadowlands is, frankly, a more polished version of what it looks like they're doing here. You know what I mean? Like, with Shadowlands, they cherry-picked a couple of things, and they just completely ignore the rest. They don't remove anything from the game. They just don't acknowledge it at all. Here, they're like, oh, yeah, no, that never happened. It's not a thing. Because if you pay attention, the two quests most connected to this main plot are both gone. The legendary cloak chain, which leads Raytheon to this conclusion, and the legendary ring chain, which is the follow-through of that. Let's do Heimel. I hear Heimel's great. I hear Heimel is great. I must do Heimel. I must. Hey, let me jot down some thoughts really quick before I walk in here. I don't know, Blade Traval. I don't know. It literally takes more work to remove it than to not. So I do not understand. I do not understand. No, it's not underthought because it takes effort. Underthought is specifically not thinking about something, not considering the consequences. That's a good point. Oh my god, you're right. No, Pillars of Snow, you're right. I'm going to have to give a negative to Legion for the fact that a quest is missing from Warlords. God damn it. Stop doing that. Stop removing plot critical quests from the game. Christ. Like, this is actually starting to piss me off. The Battle for the Undercity is gone. The freaking lead-in to the Twilight Highlands and Cataclysm is gone, which is a huge character moment for both Anduin and Varian. The Raytheon chain is gone, which was a gargantuan world-building moment about the Titans and a full explanation of Lei Shen and Ra. The Ring Quest is gone, which gets rid of the explanation in-game about exactly what's going on here with regards to the time travel shenanigans, which I just finished explaining. And it also neatly ties into why Cordona in Legion. If I didn't know better, I would legitimately believe that this is targeted sabotage. These quests are very specifically targeting things that are very relevant MSQ stuff. This isn't like some bare asses quest over in frickin' Nagrand. You know what? Yeah, I think I agree with you, Bladeville. This is infuriating. Sorry, let me invite you, Kara White Noise. Yeah, office. So, okay, yes. When I say sabotage, what I mean is office politics. I like story A. Takoida likes story B. Takoida is my internal office rival, so I do everything in my power to sabotage story B, even though I don't actually care about it. Like, I don't give a crap. I'm just trying to get one up on Takoida. There you go. Office politics. Oh, I did click on... How did I... Whatever. No, I agree with you, Bladeville. This is insane. Just, what are you doing? I'll put this in the general non-expansion stuff. Here we go, right here. What do I put this in? What category do I put this under? This is a weird one. I could just call it in abandonment. That is a new category we invented for WoW. I'll type up more thoughts on that later. God, I want to grab whoever thought, if that's true, Huthor, which I don't know, of course, we don't know. But I want to grab whoever thinks that and slug them in the face as hard as I possibly can. Hi. That's a really cool outfit. That's a great combo of colors. You got the Deathwing looking armor, complemented by the Shadow Flame on the shoulders of the helmet. That's really sweet. I like that. It's apparently the Evoker tier set. Why are the Evokers wearing Deathwing gear? Don't answer that. And then cloak is... Oh, that's a non-matching cloak. But can't really tell what the weapon is. Weapon's cool, but I don't actually recognize it. You know, I would legitimately believe that, Bladeville. He had sufficient control to do something like that. I doubt he did, only because he is such an arrogant asshole. I doubt it even occurred to him, too. God, I'm angry. I am actually angry about that. I've been holding off this entire expansion, which I know is only like 4 days, waiting for that one quest chain, because I was so curious how much of this story was in the game and how we could review and consider that. And this is not the first time they've pulled this. Whatever, let's go do Heimel. It's okay, we're doing Mythic. Oh yeah, speaking of which, negative for that. This is the very last time we'll give this negative, thank God. So real quick. We're in Heimel now. Over there's Cho'Gall. Oh, I guess Cho'Gall got captured. Alright, whatever. So yeah, we come in from down here because the only way we got entrance into Heimel was to agree to be participants in the arena. As we go up, Cho'Gall laughs at us. I think I missed the animation. That's on me, sorry. This is probably our best visual insight into ogre culture. I'll talk a little bit about it as we go. I love the fact that there's actually a crowd. Some attackable, some not. You'll also notice Grom and Kargath are up there too. Oh no,
This is
Luthor.
gonna be a mistake. These puny squishies be the scourge of Nagrand. They look like Alec Poodoo. They're gonna look like puddles after this fight. Today's games honor great Sorcerer King. We're gonna see his bloody victory over the orcs at the Battle of Red Spires. Oh, I hope these weaklings die better than they smell. We'll see what these be made of, Doctor, just as soon as what they be made of gets splattered across the arena!
We'll go and link Uthor.
Now, play our mighty king. Scream his name and bash his skull for the Shadow of Hymal, champion of games, Volgor! Time to spill blood and die for Hymal! The Battle of Red Spires begins!
Ah, that's terrible. Okay, okay.
Defeated Volgor? How tiny men's beat mighty Volgor?
One hit, too.
Enough! I will show these weaklings what a true champion is capable of! The Sorcerer King? Here? King only leaves palace to witness legendary battles! You honor us, Kargath. I will enjoy watching you fight in the arena again, even with your handicap. The pleasure is mine. The crowd deserves a superior gladiator, seeing as the last one fell so easily. Gladiators! Seize this opportunity to die gloriously, for your names will be carved into history. Let the battle begin!
So, okay. Can I just say real quick. This was an extremely awesome fight that I am very sad I cannot give pluses to gameplay for. He does all kinds of fun things. He has a berserk route where you have to actually specifically trigger these traps that will kill your face off, but you can lure him into to break him out of those berserk things. Some of the players have to go up and deal with the trash who are constantly causing issues up there, and in the process you can do things to buff the people down below. Like, it's a really, really good fight. However, lore-wise, it makes absolutely no goddamn sense, and I'm actually going to ding it for this. Because, well, okay, so Kargath is someone who fought in this arena and won his 100 victories, and then it was revealed that it was all a lie and they were going to kill him anyways. So he escaped by ripping off his own hand. Okay. That's how he became Kargath Bladesfist. Cool. So he naturally is here back with them and agrees to fight in the arena again to fight us because he even fights on behalf of Margok, the Imperator. Now, Margok is actually a fascinating character who unfortunately really doesn't get the screen time to develop him. Let me tell you something about him, just fascinating here. So first of all, you can tell from here, he's actually a two-headed ogre. Remember, there are hardly any two-headed ogres here. In fact, we've only seen two, Cho'Gall and Margok. Spoilers, Cho'Gall has actually been banished from Hymal, probably in part because he's a two-headed and Margok was afraid of the competition. So he's a two-headed ogre, but unlike Cho'Gall, where both heads talk constantly, in Margok, only one head ever talks. There's a short story from Margok's perspective, which really fleshes this out a little bit. The second head actually talks constantly, internally. And that actually says a lot. It says a lot about how they present themselves and how in control they are at pretty much all times. The two of them are so unified, probably because they have to be. They are functioning Imperator over a dying empire. Over the dying ruins of a dying empire. So, there's just some really cool stuff there. I just want to share that real quick. Anyway, so this makes no sense. Negative to story. Moving on. So as we fight Kargath here, then we kill him. He references the intro.
And that's 100.
Hi, Cho'Gall.
Cho'Gall? You thought to imprison us, Margok?
You could never control us!
Guards, stop him! Destroy them all! Raise this city to the ground!
The stones will be ours! All shall fall to darkness!
Seal the gates! Protect the palace! Heimal will never fall to the likes of you!
And then he flees. And then the Pale run over the place. Now, if you're not doing Mythic difficulty, that's the last time you see Cho'Gall, alternate Cho'Gall, ever. So if you remember, all the way back in FF14, I made a commentary about a negative to, a negative to gameplay is what we ended up deciding on that, for locking story-relevant content behind difficulty. This is the very last time we will be doing that, thank God, in WoW. But the only way you actually see the determination of the Cho'Gall story arc is by doing the Mythic difficulty, which we do happen to be doing. So a normal player would go through here and see Cho'Gall there, and then it would be over, and that's the end of it. Excuse me. So. Remember how I mentioned that the Pale are a much bigger problem than anyone seemed to realize?
You scrawny grabbers!
Well, as we're going through this...
All crunch and no meat!
Yeah, you're gonna have to clarify, Brigwood. I don't know what you're talking about. As the Pale overwhelm this place, we are attacking through here and mostly fighting Heimal defenders. And the Heimal defenders are holding back the Pale. So, now what? And yeah, you'll notice that there's void things. And like I said, the Pale are a much bigger threat than anyone thought. It's just they needed someone to coordinate them. Oh, hey, it's Cho'Gall. This fight was brutal. This was actually our wall back in the day when we were doing this on, non-LFR difficulty. This guy is insane. You had to, stack his bleeds. If he ever got you to 10 stacks, you'd die instantly. So managing your bleed stacks was a huge part of the thing, and it was just a huge coordination check.
Gonna make a pale stew.
Meanwhile, going this way. Let's go ahead and give some brickwork positives while we're here. Now we're fighting mostly Pale. Notice the density of which types of enemies we're facing varies based on each area. Well, if you come up with specifics, Brigwood, let me know. Because I have no memory of such a thing. I actually already pointed this out. This is how bad they're losing the fight against the Zanger. They have an entire division of Iron Horde here just to fight the Zanger encroachment. And
These flamethrowers are useless! It's eating us alive! Fall back! Drop your weapons and retreat to the ship!
So this is actually a really cool fight. Do me a favor, don't do anything. Cure white noise. I just want to show off a little bit of one of the interesting mechanics here. So I'm just going to stand here for a minute while I type up some thoughts. Again, this is going to take a moment, so just bear with me. Sorry. There it is. It's starting to creep in already. What killed him? Okay, so you may or may not have seen it, but there's this green growth slowly encroaching over here, right? And it very, very slowly would grow in and in and in and in. And that was a major mechanic of the fight, was having to deal with the oncoming tide of death that would be coming in from the water. And you had to have one person on the flamethrower to make sure you dealt with the other stuff. It was a whole thing. So the next boss is just an elemental enslaved by the Pale. Nothing to add to that. So let me read this. So that was from Bashiok. Now, I don't have any ire for Bashiok. He was actually a pretty decent community manager. He left Blizzard in 2015. So it's been a long time. He actually went from there to go work at NCSoft. That's Guild Wars, if you're not familiar with it. I don't actually know what he's done at Guild Wars, or if he even works there anymore. But anybody knows anything about community managers know, as a community manager, it's your job to be the punching bag. You are there to prevent players from reaching the actual developers, and your job is to convey all of the terrible decisions the developers make to the players. It is more or less literally the worst of both worlds, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for community managers in any game, but especially something as large scale as WoW. Having said that, yeah, there's Tychus. Tectus, excuse me, Tectus. So what Bashiok says is, and I will quote this word for word to make sure it doesn't feel like I'm misleading here.
All that lives should rise mountains, rise mountains.
We used to make fun of this because you just spammed the...
Break. What is this?
Rise mountain.
Rise mountain.
Rise mountain. This is actually a pretty cool fight. So he raises these spikes, right? Those do damage, sure, but that's not actually relevant. What they do is they provide collision. So they they kind of start forming a maze as you're going through the thing and locking off certain players from other players.
Yes, Tactus.
But hang on.
Even the mountain fall.
The other cool mechanic that he does is... Do I have that? You've got to be kidding me. Why is that shaman only? So don't I have that? Sorry, 1 second. How do I not have this? So, the other mechanic about that guy I wanted to share very briefly is that he periodically he'll do this big striking attack. If at any point in time he does that big striking attack and he has 1 HP, he breaks, and that then moves the fight forward. The thing is, he only does that so many times, and eventually you'll be overwhelmed. So it's kind of a DPS race. You have to push him down to 1 HP before he does the big striking attack. Then he breaks, and then he becomes 2, and then you have to pull the same trick with the 2 of them. It's a very cool fight, which I will be giving no positives, of course. And I quote, regarding getting rid of the legendary chains in WoW. It definitely isn't an arbitrary decision. The legendary has been a reward for following along with the content of Mists of Pandaria. We want it to remain as a way to show you followed the content and be a permanent recognition of your character's time and experience in this expansion. We intend to and have plans to be more consistent about how we treat these kind of things going forward. I think the most concern is stemming from this being out of left field with no consistency to a rule set for how we treat items, aka arbitrary. The Legendary Ring and Warlords, for example, is another item that will be obtained and upgraded throughout the expansion's content, and should be expected and also available as an I was...
I don't wanna see nobody. Go away.
Fine, I will stand here. The Legendary Ring in Warlords, for example, is another item that obtained and upgraded throughout the expansion's content, and should be expected and also available as an I was there recognition for completing the content of the expansion, and no longer available when the expansion ends. I can keep going, but that's the answer there. Now, couple things. Some of you know, and I've put this up several times, so forgive me, that I have this mount. You cannot get this mount anymore, because they got rid of the ability to get this mount. That sucks. Yeah, it's very FOMO, but it's actually not FOMO. I know that sounds strange. Let me try to explain that a little bit. This is an actual mentality on behalf of players, not just developers, of wanting to be special. Wanting to show that, well, I got the thing that you can't get anymore, so I'm better than you. It's a reward thing, and it's very, very prevalent in games in general, actually. A lot of people will still say this even about single-player games, or, you know, I did such and such before it was hard, or I did such and such on a certain patch, stuff like that. It's a terrible mentality and needs to go directly to hell. So, this sucks. Yay. They got to Wrath, right? And there's a mount which I actually don't have. I was pretty close to getting it. Which I lost the ability to get because they got rid of it in the game. And then they decided, you know what, we're going to stop doing that. We're going to stop ejecting stuff from the game. So they stopped ejecting stuff from the game. And then, circa Pandaria, they decided to eject the legendary chain of that from the game, and then the legendary chain of the ring from the game. And then they stopped doing that again, but they do still have actual FOMO, like more or less legitimate FOMO. You know, hop on this time, get certain thing. Plunderstorm is a perfect example of that. But they stopped doing this crap, where they would straight up remove existing content from the game, because screw you, thank God. In fact, to really make that point, obviously I have the cloaks from back in the day, because I actually got the legendary cloaks back in the day. But what you may or may not know is that when they did the Pandaria remix, you could get the legendary cloaks, or rather the appearances of the legendary cloaks. There they are. Is that one? Yeah, it even lists it as Cloak of Infinite Potential, as opposed to, you know, what they actually are. So, not only have they walked that back, they've walked that back on the specific thing that he's talking about there. And yet, they still haven't re-added the quests back to the game. Which, ironically, if we are correct in our theory, would be extremely easy to do. It would just be going ahead and putting in another, re-adding the initial starter chain, the initial quest that starts the whole chain. Because all you have to do is remove the one quest, and that's all the work that there is. So just reactivate that one quest, you're good. We will see if they ever do that. I kind of doubt it if they haven't by now. I'm sure most people don't care. Anyways, these are two Ogrons. These guys are very, 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 very mean. This is another wall for us. That's actually what I meant, Blade. In other words, the quest shows up or doesn't. The quest data is probably still there, it's just not activated. Moving on. This guy was actually the subject of a short story. In fact, I referenced it earlier. So, the ogres employ something called breaking. I've already referenced that. The quests have already referenced it once. This guy is supposed to be the one and only magic breaker. So most breakers are like, you know, you've got like frost breaker over there, you've got a fire breaker, you've got a fell breaker. They were very interested in getting fell breakers because they hate warlocks, obviously. But Kolrog there, excuse me, he's supposed to be just a magic breaker. Immune to all magic. He's fun.
You dare enter these halls?
You might think, oh wow, this fight must suck on a mage. Actually, no. What was really cool about that is, for example, the mages would deal with all the ads and side stuff, while the melees were dealing with him. periodically he goes into a vuln phase where not only he can be hit by magic, but he takes way more damage from magic, so all the mages immediately flip to him and nuke his face off. It was a fun fight.
Your magic is powerless here.
And yeah, I'm actually with Huthor and, I suppose, Blade Travell on that. Cycling rewards is a little bit different. You'll notice they do that with the Traveler's Log, too, right? This thing? Those rewards you get come back periodically. I'm more okay with that. And I know. In an ideal world, it wouldn't be necessary. But Huthor is correct. It does generate a necessary amount of hype and interest in the game. I mean, Pandaria Remix is probably a great example of that. A lot of people jumped in for the Pandaria Remix. Either way, I'm not going to defend it. I'm not interested in that. I don't need to play devil's advocate. He doesn't need my advocacy. He's the devil. Oh yeah, real quick. Yeah, the whole place is like on fire and completely coated in void. You can't quite see it from up here. I apologize for that. I meant to do it earlier, but whatever. Trust me when I say this place is getting run over by the Pale. They're pretty much following right behind us as we kill all of the King's guards. Which leads us to the King. So this is Imperator Margok. He is pulling power from these ancient rune stones that he found. And it's the source of much of the magical energy of the Gorian Empire. What are these runestones? Who frickin' knows? They never followed through on this plot thread. It's almost like the entire ogre plot thread was supposed to be an entire plot thread rather than one raid and one subzone of one zone.
You will learn. You have seen but a fraction of my power. Behold the ancient magics unearthed by my empire. King's Guard, to my side. I must focus my power and awaken the stone.
This is an interesting fight because it's actually a lot of fun. Each stone gives a mutator to his abilities.
Such power. It takes form to destroy you.
So you know the general abilities he's going to use all the time, but they're a little bit different depending on which stone he's empowered by at any given point in time. Otherwise, it's mostly an ad fight.
Its energy overflows. Soon it will be unleashed.
There is one and only one benefit.
The boundless power of the stones flow. Enough! Long have the Sorcerer Kings guarded these chambers. Today, you will see our secret power.
There's one and only one good thing about...
Remove.
There's one and only one good thing about the fact that the War of Thorns is no longer in the game. It means I never have to do it again. It was the launch event for BFA.
Its power grows beyond comprehension!
At least he's having a good time, you know?
You can never challenge my rule. I command the power of the stones, and no. You have earned my wrath.
Oh, hey, the Pale are here.
Cho'Gall, traitorous scum! I knew you were behind this! Your reign has come to an end! The infinite night begins! Darkness, come! I am king! We have waited long for this moment. The true power of the stones will be realized at last.
None shall survive. We shall be the unmaking. Destroy them. Wash over this world.
Gaze into the abyss.
It sees you. It knows.
Come.
You can never escape.
Well, we have now killed Cho'Gall twice. In 2 timelines. I wonder who he was referring to. It's okay, I'm sure they'll follow through on that plot thread. I look forward to seeing the epic conclusion to this plot thread that exists. I mean, Bobby Kotick is the easy answer there to go. But yeah, he's probably referring to Archimonde, considering where the story writing was at this point. Like, by this time, they had clearly axed so much content that they were just like, here. Oh god. It was one of the ogres from Warcraft 2. Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I don't remember his name. Hang on. I don't see him here. He's not listed under notable ogres. Wait, is this him? Nope. I don't remember. Not Cho'Gall, but I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. Mogr. Mogr the ogre. That's it. So I have a lot of paperwork to do. Don't worry, I'll make a point of eating as well. But that's going to be my entire lunch break, getting ready for the finale and shoveling food down my throat like I'm Kirby. I'll see you guys in a bit.